Welcome to the Dan Norton Show, a show on which I promote Ayn Rand's philosophy of objectivism, a philosophy of reason, egoism, and capitalism. It is Friday, February 6th, 2026. The last 5 days since my last show in honor of Ayn Rand's birthday, which was February 2nd. Since then, I have mostly been studying law, and that is in response to a super chat that I got during the last live stream. I got a super chat from Steven asking me to talk about the Supreme Court case that is called Berk versus Choy, something I had never heard of until Steven mentioned it. But he gave me 75, excuse me, $75 to look into that and talk about it. So I was motivated to research that. And I had a little discussion with Steven through Facebook DMs after the show. And he gave me a little more instruction on how I might address the super chat. He said I didn't have to discuss the case. I could just talk about federalism and what objectivism has to say about it, since that comes up in the case of Berk versus Choi. So I researched some some about federalism, but more about just how the legal system in general operates, including the federal rules of civil procedure, something I hadn't heard of until the last show when Stephen was mentioning FRCP 8 and 9. I said, what is that? I had never heard of that before. So apparently that's the federal rules of civil procedure. So I looked that up and a bunch of other things. I went on a little search through a rabbit hole, you might call it, looking up a bunch of legal topics. And maybe I'll talk about that today. We'll see. But as usual, it depends on you all who are here live. So I encourage people to participate in the chats or by calling in. This is an interactive show where you get to shape the topics that I discuss. And I want to give priority. Excuse me. I want to give priority to people who are here live and talk about the things that you want to talk about. So if I don't have any live chats or callers, then maybe I will talk some about the legal research I recently did into this case of Berk versus Choi, or just a more general research about how the court system works. That's something I could talk about. I've got some posts on Facebook I recently made having to do with immigration. I could go through some of those. I got a lot of comments on those. So I thought maybe I could go through some of those comments, maybe reply to some of them in real time. But oh, I see we got some people in the chat, including Steven. All right, I just took a look at the chat for the first time, and I see we've got Simon here, Steven here, Audrey, Lee. Thanks for being here. Hello to all of you. Let's see. Let me just quickly read through these. Simon says he's been debating immigration a lot lately. And Stephen is an immigration lawyer. Stephen Katz. I see you've changed your name. Last time it was Steve O, but you changed your name, so now it appears as Stephen Katz. So he's an immigration lawyer, and he's the one who asked that super chat. I was just talking about. And Simon says, "What's your take? Are you more on the closed or open side of this issue? Closed or open immigration, I take it you mean." And then Stephen also says, so maybe we'll get into that some. And then Stephen says, "Hi Dan, I'd appreciate it if you can talk about the virtues of pride and integrity. Not sure I fully understand them or the difference, and how is it different from just being rational?" Okay, yeah, we can talk about that. And let me also just remind people that I do have a super chat open. So, and I give priority to super chats. So, if you want to jump the line and get in front of the queue and have me address your topic first, then if you attach some dollars to your chat, I will give it priority and give it more attention, more time and attention than I otherwise would give it. I will take chats that are not super chats, for sure, but I'm going to give priority to super chats. So I didn't know if you were going to be here today, Stephen, but since I see you're here now, I wonder if I should talk about the legal research that I've done in Berk versus Choy, or if you would rather that I address this other question you have here first about pride and integrity. So maybe I'll hold off on the legal stuff, at least until I hear that you want me to discuss that. Um, maybe I'll address some of these other points first. Okay. Hmm. Now I hope I'm not going to have a cough attack here. I'm looking around to see if my cough drops are close by in case I need them. I think I might have left them in my car. So I might have to go out and get those, step away for a minute if I don't stop coughing. Um, but let me go through some of these chats in order. I guess I'll do it that way. So, what's my take on closed or open immigration or closed or open borders? Well, I am more on the side of opening things up. I'm I'm interested and attracted to Harry Binswanger's view. I'm not sure if you're familiar with it, but he has the view that there shouldn't be any even checkpoints or screening at the border. I think a lot of objectivists are in favor of open immigration, but they still want there to be some kind of minimal screening or checkpoints at the border. But Harry Binswanger doesn't even want that. And I find that view appealing. I don't know that I'm 100% comfortable with it, but I'm at least open to considering that view. Let me see if I can pop this chat out and share it. And hopefully it doesn't crash. I last time it was crashing some. Simon says he is also of the persuasion of Harry's view. He says there should just be a sign that says "Welcome to America," just like there is between the state borders, like between Kansas and Nebraska. There'll just be a sign that says "Welcome to Kansas," but you don't have to stop at the border. Actually, some states do have checkpoints. Like in California, if you are entering from Arizona, there is a checkpoint where they ask if you've got any food products or like vegetables. I guess they're concerned about agricultural diseases being transmitted, but they have and I think once I went through there and they just waved me through and they didn't ask anything. But other times they have stopped me to ask if I have any food products. Um, but I think maybe for most states, there's nothing at all. You can just drive straight through. And that's how Harry says the international border should be. Maybe Stephen has some thoughts on that because Stephen is an immigration lawyer. Maybe there's a lot Stephen could say, or a lot I could talk to Stephen about on this. Um, oh, Objective Ethics is here. Hello. Um, I'll get your chat in a second. Let me just read these others from Simon. He says, I'm looking at Harry's view from the most principled view. I was just kicked from an objectivist group because of me discussing this. Hmm, that's interesting. I wonder why you would get kicked for discussing this. Are these some anti-immigration people in that objectivist group, or at least more closed than Harry's view? Okay, objective ethics. He says, "Good morning, Dan. Always good to see you, brother." Yeah, nice to see you as well. Thanks for your comments on my videos, by the way. I've seen you comment on some of my short videos and my oh, I put a post up as well. I saw you replied to that one. Um, let's see. You ask, what purpose would having a border be if anyone can enter or leave at will? With no border, how can you have a country? Okay, so the issue of whether there's a border is different than whether the border is open. So you can have a border and just say the border should be open. So what I think the border does is it defines an area within which a certain rule of law applies. So the United States government has jurisdiction within the borders of the United States. So that's what the border does. There is a reason to have a border, but what the policy should be on who can cross that border is is a different issue from the issue of where does a given government have jurisdiction. So you can say once someone crosses that border into the United States now has jurisdiction, and you are subject to the rules of the United States. So that's the purpose the border serves. It defines an area of jurisdiction, and it's a separate issue as to what's what that or what that country's immigration policy is across that border. I see someone has just called in to Zoom by the name of Canad, Canad. I don't know who that is. And maybe I'll take that call, but first I would be interested to know who that is. I'd like to know a little about who's calling in beforehand, if possible. So if that's you, Canad, could you let me know in the YouTube chat? Could you say that's me who called in? Maybe you have a different handle on YouTube, and that's okay, but just if you don't mind telling me in the YouTube chat that I'm the one who called in, I would appreciate that. I'll give you a minute. Okay, I see some more chats coming in here. Thanks for the chats, by the way. I do appreciate it. And thanks for likes on the stream. Thanks for likes. And any new subscribers, definitely welcome those as well. Always looking to grow the channel. Okay, I see the person who has identified himself or herself in the chat who goes by the name Potts Limits Omaha Learning. Okay, I guess you're a new person. Okay, I think this is the first time I've seen you here. Okay. I'm just taking a quick look at your channel. Okay. All right. I don't know what you want to talk about, but I guess you can tell me once you come on. Sometimes I ask people to tell me in the chat, but uh, oh, you say your name is Zachary Young and we're friends on Facebook. Okay. Let me look you up on Facebook and see if I can find your profile. All right. I just did a search on Zachary Young, but you don't show up as a Facebook friend. Do you have a different name on Do you go by a different name on Facebook? I got too many windows open. Let me minimize some of these. Okay, well maybe you can explain more. All right, let me just make sure I have my Zoom settings correct. Oh, Zach Young, that's what you go by on Facebook. Let me try that. Oh, there you are. Okay, I just found your Facebook page. Okay, I don't know if we've had any interaction before on Facebook or elsewhere, so maybe this will be our first interaction. Okay, just give me a few seconds to make sure I got my Zoom settings correct. All right, I just admitted Zach. Hello.
Hey, can you hear me all right?
Yes, you're a little bit soft, but I could hear you.
Cool. Well, thanks for having me on the show. I'm a big fan of what you do at the Dan Norton Show.
Thanks, I appreciate it. How long have you been, or how long, when did you first hear about my show?
Maybe a year ago, it sort of popped up on my radar, just on Facebook, and I've just been tuning in uh, now and then. So I wanted to ask you, what is your thought on the gold standard? Because I'm a big fan of the gold standard. I don't like fiat money, and I think personally it would be good to go back to the gold standard. What's your opinion?
I like the gold standard. I like the more fundamental thing I like though is a free market in currency. So I don't think the government should be able to coerce people into accepting a certain kind of currency like the dollar. I think people should be free to decide for themselves what kind of currency to use, whether that's gold or dollars or Bitcoin or a combination of all of the above or some other things. But I don't think the government has any right to force people to use a certain kind of currency. But I think for historical reasons and various reasons, gold has been a good uh, store of value. You can evenly divide it. It's got all these various properties that economists talk about as to why people would use something like gold or silver. So I think there might be reasons that the free market would prefer something like gold, but the more important thing is that it should be freely chosen, not forced on people.
Yeah, that's a great point. It's all about consent. It's all about people voluntarily choosing what they want to use. I think also there'd be a big advantage to it in that it's a it promotes peace because when you if you want to wage war, it's extremely expensive, and governments usually don't like to tax directly to pay for the war because it's so expensive. That would be a huge tax and it would be politically unpopular. So one of the ways that war is financed is through inflation, through creating new money electronically, usually. And so that, I think like a gold standard or any sort of fixed money, even like a Bitcoin standard or whatever, so long as they can't just print it, that would be a very important step towards peace and towards combating militarism.
Interesting point. Yeah, I hadn't thought of that aspect at least right now, but yeah, I think there might be something to that. If you got to pay your troops, then you have to pay with something. And I guess if it's not a popular war and the people don't want to fund it by voluntary means by making contributions to the governments, then you would have to find some other means. And so you could just print paper money. And if you declare that as having value and that then people have to accept that, and then you can just print more and more and inflate it to finance whatever pet projects you want. And war is just one, right? There could be many pet projects a politician has. Um, like maybe they want to build infrastructure in their districts and they want to print money for that because they can't raise the money voluntarily. So um, the whole idea of fiat currency, I think, is that strikes me as suspicious. Like maybe not something the government should be able to do.
Yeah, or if
But
they want
yeah,
to fund welfare state programs, same thing. They can just
right,
inflate.
right. Yeah, Social Security, Medicare, and we're so much in debt. I don't know how many trillions of dollars it is now, but there are tons of unfunded liabilities, and I think it's often pointed out that if people ran their own personal households budgets the way the government ran it, they would go bankrupt, and the only way the government can continue and stay afloat is by resorting to kind of shady tactics like printing money or borrowing. I
It,
guess that's another possibility.
it all sort of ties together, right? Because like if you're $20 trillion in debt, now the currency being devalued is a good thing for you, right? So it's all about incentives. And it's the same thing. Like if you were in a huge amount of household debt, then inflation is good for you because your debt becomes deflated. So people are encouraged to consume and encouraged to borrow and live for today and not really think about or plan for tomorrow, but I think like when you look at it from the perspective of society, that's not such a great thing. That it's better when people are saving and investing, planning for the future instead of simply living for the moment.
I have heard that sort of point made that when you inflate the currency, that benefits debtors at the expense of creditors. So if you're loaning people money and then let's say you loan someone $100 and now they owe you $100, but the value of that $100 is less because of inflated currency. Now, when the person has to pay you that $100 back, it's worth less than it was originally because the purchasing power of that $100 is less. You can buy a smaller basket of goods because prices have gone up. So maybe before, where $100 would buy you, um, I don't know, uh, 20 slices of pizza or something. Now it'll only buy 10 slices of pizza or whatever it is, depending on the inflation rate. So, but the creditor isn't now owed $200 when he originally lent $100. He's still only owed $100. So now, when he's paid back, that money is worth less due to inflation. So yeah, it benefits some at the expense of others, and that's I don't think that's it. that's one problem with inflation and one kind of unfairness and injustice, I think.
Yeah, when people hear that too, they think, "Oh, it's not so bad," benefits debtors. You think of like a debtor as somebody who's sort of down on their luck or whatever. But in reality, the people who have the most debt are the richest people, are the Donald Trumps of the world, that are doing all these business deals and are highly leveraged. If you're poor, nobody's going to lend you any money. You're poor. You can't pay them back, right? But if you're a government, if you're a corporation and you have all these assets you can borrow against, then you can get into a lot of debt. And so it actually benefits like the elite more than the average people. In fact, the average people are like your middle class. Those are the people that are going to be like actually saving money, right? Like just putting away 50 or $100 here or there, and they're the ones who are going to end up actually paying the price of inflation because they have actual cash holdings, and that's what's the value is getting eroded of.
Interesting. Yeah, I'm not very well versed on like what the distribution is among the population in terms of like who are the greatest debt holders? Is it actually the richer people rather than the middle class or the poor? I don't know. I just haven't looked into it. I was thinking as you were talking that people who take out student loans, they might not be on the richer end of the spectrum. And I guess if you are rich, you don't need to take out a student loan, or it's less likely at least that you would need to take one out because maybe your parents will just pay for your education. But if you are not rich, then you might more likely take out a loan, and then you're going to take on some debt. So I think there might be now. I think the student loan is often held by the governments these days, at least the way student loans work. And I don't think it should be that way. I don't think the government should be in the business of giving out loans. But anyway, I think there might be a mixture among like the rich and the poor and the middle class as to how much debt there is. But I don't know. Maybe you're right that
No,
it's
that's a
more
good
the
point. And especially a lot of people with student loans actually have like a negative net worth. So they're very poor, They're poorer than like a bum on the street who has a net worth of zero because they're in debt, right? Even if they have a good job and their income is going to be much higher and they'll pay it off or whatever. But technically, they have a negative net worth because of the student loans. And actually, the whole student loan and university thing is an important topic. Like, are you familiar with oh, what's his name? There's a guy that does some great stuff about how like post secondary education. It's basically all massive scam. That you need to get post secondary just to get any job. But the whole thing like you're not actually learning anything towards how you will do your job. It's just like a sorting mechanism, it's really a massive waste of money for most people, in my opinion.
well, I do think there are some bad incentives the way the current system is set up in the US. So I think it's very easy to get a student loan, and the and the government is providing these loans, but they're not the ones on the hook to. I think ultimately it's the taxpayer who is on the hook for paying these loans. So there's not really as opposed to like a private business, I think would be more judicious in giving out loans. Like if you go to a bank, a private bank for a student loan, they're really going to want to know, what is your earning potential? Are you majoring in engineering or dentistry or something where it looks like there's a good chance of you landing a job that's going to enable you to pay your loan back? Or are you going to major in something like philosophy or gender studies or uh, sociology, where it might not be very likely that you're going to be less likely to get a loan because your perceived earning potential is going to be less. in the eyes of this private lender. And I think that the government is much more open to giving out loans without really being concerned about the possibility of default and not getting that money back because it's not their money that they're lending out. It's taxpayers' money. So when you have that sort of setup, I think the incentives make it such that people take out bad loans or loans that they're not likely to be able to pay back. And then the colleges, I think, as a result of this, they increase their tuitions. There's been a dramatic increase over the last uh, few decades, I think, in college prices because they know that it's students are going to go there because it's even if they jack up their prices, their tuitions, students will still go because it's still easy for them to get student loans. It's so easy for them to get loans. So why not just raise our tuitions, rake in more money? And if the student defaults, we haven't lost any money. We've already got our money. They've paid their tuition. So we haven't lost anything. But the taxpayer's on the hook. So I think that's one reason for the rise in tuitions is that they're not tied to rational incentives in the market when it comes to students taking out money to enter college.
And tuition has been rising very, very quickly, like far outpacing CPI, Same with healthcare. It's a real outlier. And yeah, it's like you say, all this government money is being spent. So it's basically artificial demand, right? All this government money or insured loans, but also there's a lot of subsidies towards universities and grants and just a lot of money being poured into that. And I think that the real purpose is to promote statism, so university professors can say, market failure and blah blah blah. This is why you need government intervention and you can't have free markets, and it's a whole ideological thing. They're sort of propping that up and subsidizing that because the state requires a lot of intellectual support, so that people don't recognize that what's going on is they're sort of getting ripped off by the system, and it takes a lot of conditioning to sort of blind people to that obvious fact.
Yeah, I do think there's interest the government has. If you're a statist, if you want to grow government, it's it it's in your interest to take over higher education and promote these ideas. And I think what we need is a separation of state and education and a free market in education. I think that will be better in terms of morally better. I mean, I don't think it's wrong. It's morally wrong to coerce people to fund something that they haven't voluntarily chosen to fund. But also, I think economically, it's going to be better. You'll have much better economy if you have a free market in education because the quality of education will be much better through competition. And then as a result of having much more educated people in the population, they can do more and better things and create more values. So there are multiple ways in which it's better to have a free market in education. But if you are a statist, then like you said, I think it behooves them to want to take over the education system so that they can propagandize their views onto people. And they've already done that to a very large extent in the K to 12 system. So I think I've heard like around 90% of the K to 12 education system is run by the governments, and there's a very, relatively small private school system at that level, and it's very expensive because people are priced out of the market. So there's not enough competition to drive down prices. So you have to be relatively well off in order to afford not only paying your property taxes that support the public schools, but then to pay on top of that to send your own kid to a private school. A lot of people, they just can't afford that.
Well, it's very expensive because the price conscious consumer is just going to send their kid to public school for free, right? There's no point in in going with a cheap private option if there's a free public option. But if you eliminate that public option, because I'd like to see private education not only at the tertiary level but the secondary and primary level as well. Then there would be a lot of cheap private options because there would no longer be that free or free to the end user public system.
There, so I think there, I mean, there is reason you asked like, well, if you've got this free option, why not just send your kid there? Well, I think the reason not to send them there, even though it is free, is because the quality is generally very low. So I think the public education system is very low quality education, and there's often these studies on how badly U.S. kids do on these standardized tests compared to other kids around the world, and they're often well below their grade level when it comes to like reading skills or math skills. And I've seen this firsthand. I used to be a tutor of K to 12 kids, mostly middle schoolers, and some of them they couldn't even read and they didn't have basic arithmetic skills yet, despite being, middle schoolers, like 11, 12 years old, around that age. So I think the public education system has been awful in general. Maybe there's some exceptions here and there, but in general, I think it's very low quality. So that's a reason not to send them there, even though it's free. But a lot of people they just can't afford that, even though they recognize it's lower quality and they would like to be able to send their kids to a higher quality education system, but they just can't afford it.
Yeah, increasingly, there's a large number of students that arrive at college. They can't write an essay. They don't read books. It's just it's alarming how poorly the public school system is performing, and this despite the fact that in inflation adjusted spending, it's increased by about 50% since the 90s per pupil, you know, after you adjust for inflation. So they're spending more and more money and they're getting worse and worse results. And a lot of it's just going to the bureaucracy. It's uh, not really getting into the classroom, and the teachers, they have so many students. One of the teachers are doing heroic work, like the best they can, but they're just trapped in a system that does not allow them to succeed. They've got 20, 30 students in a classroom, and then you've got the kids that are disrupting the classroom. And because it's a public school and everybody has a right to an education, they can't really be, excluded, the troublemakers. So everybody gets sort of the same terrible level of education. The whole thing is a complete failure, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. And I don't think just uh, throwing money at it is a good solution. I think that's often proposed. Oh, it's we just need to give them more money, but uh, I think they need better incentives. They need free market incentives. They need the incentives of um, the profit motive. So you get rewarded if you produce a better product, and you get penalized if you don't. So if all your students are failing, or they're not able to read at grade level or do math, basic math when they're in middle school, then you lose your job, or something has to happen so that it can't just continue on. There has to be some kind of reward and punishment sort of mechanism. And I think a lot of teachers, they get something which is basically like tenure after they've been in the system for a certain amount of time. And it's very difficult to fire them at that point, even if they're not producing good results. But in a free market, that I don't think you would have that sort of situation. I think it would be much easier to fire underperforming teachers who aren't uh, getting good results with their students. And there's also the issue of teachers' unions. I don't know much about that, but I think often there's government is on on the side of unions, and you're um, I mean, I think they're in a free market, there could be unions, but they would have to be voluntary, and there's no rights that the union has to negotiate with an employer. And if an employer voluntarily chose to allow its employees to unionize, they could do that, but they wouldn't have a right to bargain with the employer. Whereas I think with public education, there is something more along those lines of the teachers have some kind of rights to unionize, and they have some kind of protection which they wouldn't have in a free market. And so that again makes it hard to incentivize good results if you're locked into this position and there's lack of competition that can vote you out of your job.
Well, Dan, I'm gonna let you go now. Thank you so much for having me on the show. I really appreciate it. It's a great honor to talk to you, and I think you're doing great work here. So have a great rest of the show.
All right. Thanks for calling in. I do appreciate it. It's good to talk with you. Okay. All right. Nice to get that call. Oh, Gene Walters is here, and Frederick is here. Hello to you. Want to Zoom video. My community has an anti-ICE protest. Oh, so you mean like you would call in on Zoom and we would watch the protest through your video? Interesting. Uh, maybe. Yeah, maybe that would be good. That would be a new thing on my show. Uh, I saw some people protesting yesterday when I was driving around, and I thought I was in the middle of an errand, so I didn't have time to stop. But if I had more time, maybe I would have stopped. I think they might have been anti-ICE protesters. Yeah, I guess so. I guess I'm open to that. I don't see why not. Sure. Um, yeah, if you want to call in, Gene, on Zoom, and you could share your video, and then we could see this anti-ICE protest. Maybe you could interview some people there, or maybe I could interview them too through, yeah, I guess I could do it through your phone. That's another possibility. Interesting. Oh, okay. You say you're in Anaheim, California. That's where Disneyland is. Yeah, I guess I'm open for that. Thanks for mentioning that. Okay. Well, I don't know if Gene is still here and he heard that, then he can call in. But maybe he's in the midst of a loud place and it's hard to hear me as well. So I don't know if he heard any of that. But anyways, if he did hear that, then he can call in. All right, let me go back to some of these other chats. Seven likes on the stream. Nice, thank you. Maybe I should write in the chat in case Gene didn't hear me when I was just talking about his chats a minute ago, but he might see the chat, so I'm going to type in there. I'll tag him too. Okay. Oh, okay. Gene says he clicked the Zoom link. All right. Oh, there he is. Okay. I'm going to give you the option to start your video. So after I connect you, if you want to start your video, I think you just hit a camera icon. Hi, Gene.
Hey, Dan. How's it
Hey,
going? Hey.
good.
Thought you might be
Nice.
interested in this.
Yeah.
Just
So you're in Anaheim at an anti-ice protest.
anti-ice and some pro-ice. I don't know. Um, looks
Oh,
like
some
it's.
some pro ice.
I ran into some pro-ice. I'm in the back here, and I think the pro-ice is following the anti-ice, but they're a lot fewer.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
One of them says, "I love ice cream." So I don't know
oh,
what stance that is. You might just
okay.
like the delicious dessert.
Maybe they're trying to get some common grounds,
Yeah.
something everybody can agree on.
Yes. Yeah. Let me see if I can turn this video around.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. As I say, I'm in the back here. This is yeah, Anaheim, California. It's a school walkout. So the high schoolers are having a walkout in protest of ICE.
Oh, high schoolers.
Yeah,
Okay. I don't know if I should have minors on my stream. I was thinking
that's a.
like
Oh yeah, that's a good call. Yeah. Okay.
I was thinking like if it's adults and they wanted to do an interview, then
Right.
you could talk to them or I could talk to them or we could both talk to them. But I
That's
think if it's minors, we probably shouldn't do that.
that's a good call. I like it. Yeah, that's a good call on that one.
Do you see are there any adults around there?
There's probably some chaperones. Yeah. Excuse me. Are you chaperoning? Oh, so supporting the safety. Okay, cool. Yeah, there's some adults here.
Okay.
Yeah.
All
So
right. Well, it's up to you. If you want to talk to some of those adults, or if you want me to, then we could do that. I
yeah,
don't know if
we
you're
could try.
interested in that.
Yeah, we could try that. It's really loud, so I
Okay.
don't know.
Yeah. I can only hear you. I can't hear any background noise.
Cool,
Um, so at least it sounds good on my end.
good. Yeah, I don't think I'm not sure if someone would want to put my earphones into their ears to talk, but maybe we could do. I don't
Oh yeah.
through me.
I don't know if maybe if you just put it on speaker during the conversation, then they wouldn't have to do that. They could just hear through the phone if that's possible.
Yeah, I could try that.
Okay.
Want to see if I find some adults that would or want to talk?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Just talk to a philosopher. Is that
Well, you could tell them you could tell them I'm doing a YouTube show and ask them if they want to be on a YouTube show, just so they know what they're getting into. Like it's a live YouTube show, a live stream,
okay?
and ask them if they want to talk about ice or anything else.
Okay. Hey, would you guys be interested in talking on a live YouTube show about the rally that's happening here today? A YouTube show? No. No, that's okay. No, understandable. Yeah. Cool. Okay.
They might think that you're the host.
Yeah, I'm not the host. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, you're the superintendent. Oh, okay. I executive director. Cool. Okay. Cool. Are there any other adults here that you know of that we could talk to? They're circulating. Okay, so if I okay, okay. Yeah, it might be hard for me to squeeze through. But yeah, we're just looking for some people that aren't minors to. talk to. Yeah, but this is the high school walkout, right? Yeah. Okay. All right, Dan. I don't know if you heard that, but the two adults that I did find, they are not interested in talking on the air. So, and it looks like there might be some others, but the line is long, and I'm not sure I'm going to be able to squeeze through. So, I'm just kind of along for the ride.
Okay, well, we could do this. If you want to find someone, no obligation, but if you want to look for someone and if you find someone later, you could just call back in.
Okay.
Or if there's anything you want to talk about right now, we could also talk about something.
Oh man. Nothing on my mind, I guess. But
All right. Well,
this
I'll
is my
take the
first.
opportunity to thank you for your super chats because you did send in
Oh
some
yeah,
super chats or super stickers before, so I do appreciate that.
value for value, man. Thanks for the show. Yeah, if you, yeah, I don't know if you want to take it this direction, but I've never done anything like this. It's a little interesting. Came out
Yeah.
to kind of show support. Some of the signs, of course, are mixed. Um, I'm trying to meet some signs here, but well, for instance, there's one sign looks like it says "No ice on stolen land," which is, as an objectivist, is a something I would probably want to refute.
Right.
Some signs in Spanish, I don't know what they mean. Finga la migra. I don't know.
Something La
What's up?
Migra.
You shall love your neighbor as yourself. Oh, Christian, Mark 12:31. We got some Christians here showing anti-ice, I'm guessing.
Mm-hmm. I know a little Spanish. La Migra. I thought maybe that had to do something to do with immigration.
Sounds familiar, yeah. Oh, it might be a bad word. Chinga? I don't know.
Did you go there yourself?
I know someone who's at the rally.
Oh, high school students?
Yeah, a niece. So
Oh, okay.
yeah, just came out just to make sure, whatever. Be show some support.
Uh-huh.
Make sure there's an adult, safety purposes. But honestly, I don't even know where she is at the moment. So, but I saw her at one point.
Yeah. When I was in middle school, there was a walkout for the Rodney King beatings
Yeah.
back in, I think it was around 1991 or 92.
Yeah, you're just a little older than me. Yeah, I was probably 7 around that time. But yeah,
Yeah,
that was
I didn't know much about it, but I do remember seeing on the news, they just constantly replayed these images of Rodney King being beaten on the grounds.
right.
And
And were
there
you in
was,
LA at that time? In
no,
that
I
area
was in
too, or
Virginia. I was
oh,
in Virginia.
it made it all the way there.
Oh, yeah, I mean, it was a national news
Nat,
story.
okay, I was in LA, so it was definitely um, like just friends here talking about just being scared. Who like the riots came up to their high school kind of situation.
Okay. So the incident occurred somewhere in LA. Is that right?
Yeah, yeah, and did that coincide too with the OJ trial too? Was that just like,
Well, I think
or
that
was
was a
that
few years later. OJ
okay?
was, I think, maybe 94 or 95.
Yeah. Oh, so yeah, you're talking about walkouts. I guess he was talking about riots. Uh, and oh yeah, the OJ would be afterwards because OJ was acquitted, or he's found not guilty. That's right. And so I think a lot of people were thinking that had something to do with the previous riots from the Rodney King riots. I think I might be getting my history mixed up there, but basically,
Well, there,
Rodney King riots were freaking terrible. And then so I don't know how legitimate it was, but when the OJ Simpson trial thing happened, that was coming up. The Rodney King thing was happening. coming up often because they're saying, well, if this person goes to jail, then there might be more riots.
Oh,
I
yeah.
think that's where I'm getting them mixed up.
Okay. Yeah, I don't remember riots in connection with OJ, but maybe there were threatened
No,
riots, like
threatened.
if he got
Yeah, and
um,
I'm not even sure.
convicted.
Right.
Yeah. Although he was convicted in a follow-up trial. I think in the original civil criminal trial he was acquitted, but
That's
then
right.
there was a civil trial after that, and he was found guilty in that one, I believe.
Yes, he was. Yeah, and then also went to prison for just stealing things later,
Something that
unrelated
happened
to the
in
murders. Yeah.
something in Vegas.
Yep.
Um,
Getting back stolen memorabilia,
mm.
his own memorabilia, I think.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. So I've heard some objectivist commentators say they're, and maybe Ayn Rand too, is she's against protests like out in the streets where you're
Yeah.
interfering with people's ability to carry on their lives.
Yeah. Yes, I could see that. Absolutely. Yeah. That makes me think in this situation, there are some, I would say, there are police here. Um, Maybe I could put those people on camera. Oh, looks like there's actually a fight breaking out.
Uh-oh.
Well, never mind. We just got this go. But we'll keep the cameras off the miners still, or is that
A fight between minors?
probably? I'm guessing. I mean, I guess there's high schoolers, and maybe some of them are 18, but it'd be hard to tell.
Hmm.
Um, yeah.
The only protest I ever went to was, well, maybe there were two. One was a Elian Gonzalez protest back in 2000 or somewhere around there.
Yeah.
Uh, so this was the boy who was
From
he was
Cuba.
from Cuba, yeah, and he was deported back, I believe. He made it to the United States on a raft with his mother,
Yes. Yep.
and then I guess she drowned on the way. But he still made it to the shore, and but then the U.S. eventually deported him back, and there was a rally in Washington D.C. Some objectivists got together and were um, advocating to not send him back.
Right. Yeah, it's pretty tragic. And you were there in DC, huh?
Yes.
Ross? Thank
What's
you.
that? Oh,
Oh, we just see. So here's some of the stops here I was talking about where police are actually, I mean, we have a green light, so it doesn't look like they're stopping too much traffic. But yeah, you can see that as soon as it turns red, there's going to be some delay for the traffic to get through here. So
yeah.
as far as blocking traffic, like what Ayn Rand was saying, there's some of that happening.
Hmm. And there shouldn't be public streets or in the ideal laissez-faire capitalist society. So I guess if you wanted to do a protest, then you could get the permission of the owner of whoever owns a street or a park or wherever it is. But I guess if it is considered public property today, it's I guess there's going to be conflicting claims over how it should be used, or there potentially are conflicting claims. And you might think, well, we should go by what the purpose of what the purpose of the property is. So a public thoroughfare, a street or a sidewalk, the purpose of that is to allow people to get from point A to point B. It's not to allow people to protest. So if there is going to be public property, maybe it should at least be governed by that idea of it should be used for its purpose. And if something is interfering with that purpose, then you could put a stop to it. I guess that's how I would handle it.
Yeah. The public roads make this thing tricky. But yeah, I guess in the ideal world, you would have a private property owner, or maybe the school would even be private. So if these students were in school and the superintendent or principal decided they were for this type of protest, or maybe just willing to let students take some sort of political action, it would be up to the owner of the school. And they could, I guess they're skipping class. It might be better that they are skipping class given the education. But yeah.
Yeah, it could be up to the parents and in a private school system, it could be up to the parents and then the teachers and the principal as to whether they think it's okay to let the kids skip class to participate in some kind of protest.
Right.
But as it is now, you've got a mixture. You got people who are like maybe some parents are pro ICE and some parents are anti ICE, and they've all got all being forced to fund the same school. And so if the school is letting kids out to protest ICE, then any parents who are anti ICE might not like that, and vice versa. So you get this pressure group warfare when you pool everyone's resources into a pot and make everyone pay for stuff. And I guess another example of that is teaching evolution in the curriculum versus creationism. You've got some Christian parents who might welcome the teaching of creationism or intelligent design, and then you've got other parents who don't want that. But they're all forced to pay for it. And that's if we had a free market, then you could just send your kid to wherever you want, and you wouldn't have these sorts of conflicts. But these sorts of conflicts, I think, are inevitable when you do pool everyone's resources.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah, the religion in school thing came up for me recently, even just with some friends. I guess a teacher in an elementary school was not directly teaching the Bible, but was maybe showing videos of her kind of church group work. And these parents were, I guess, gathering evidence against her to present to someone to get her to stop doing that. But
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it just gets into weird situations.
And this has started to reach higher education as well. There was just recently a podcast released by the Ayn Rand Institute where they were discussing how a professor who is going to teach Plato a certain dialogue of Plato called the Symposium as part of his curriculum, he was being stopped from doing that in Texas. So I think issues of sexuality and gender came up in the dialogue, and maybe Texas being a evangelical Christian state, um, in significant part at least, they didn't want that as part of their curriculum, and so they told this professor at Texas A&M University that he could not include this dialogue of Plato in his curriculum. And I think originally they were trying to stamp out woke. Well, maybe they see this as part of woke ideology, but there was, I guess, there was a concern on the part of right-leaning people that universities, there was a kind of orthodoxy within the universities, and they would teach what's called woke ideology. And in reaction to that, now the rightists, now that they have more power, They're teaching anti-woke ideology, but they're still imposing their views by force, by government censorship, and it's just a different form of the same evil. Whereas in a free market, there's no government control over what's taught. So, yeah,
They
we
just,
see it not only in the K to 12 level, but also in the university level.
just get whiplash. Just whatever dictator lands, wherever they land on the side of the aisle, is now what the curriculum becomes.
Yeah, it's that's the worry. It's not really free speech. It's just different tribes imposing their preferred speech on others. So,
We're walking back towards the high school. So I don't know. I'm guessing the plan is they just go back to class once they get back. I think
uh-huh.
the walkout started around 1. So 90 minutes of protesting and then back to school.
Okay. Yeah, it looks like maybe the post-lunch block.
Yeah,
Did you see your niece when
I
you were
did.
there?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
right in the beginning. She was towards the front.
Okay. Was it a
So
surprise or she knew you were going to be there?
I mentioned that. Yeah, I might show up. So
Uh-huh.
yeah. So no surprises. Just asked her if she needed water or something, but they're well prepared.
Uh-huh. Good. So you're prepared there with your sombrero.
Yeah, don't go anywhere without it. It's my sun hat. So yeah,
Good.
we have some police blocking off the street here. Again, we do have the green light, so I don't know how much obstruction we're actually having here, but there's a little bit.
Looks like you have a selfie stick there. Is that?
I'm just holding the phone actually.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, this is also besides my first or walkout or protest. This is my first time probably zooming in nature. So I did not come prepared with selfie sticks, but maybe we could plan on something. I'm sure there's a lot of these things.
Yeah, yeah, we could try again sometime. The other protest I went to, I mentioned the Elian Gonzalez back in 2000, I think.
Yeah.
But the only other one that I remember going to was, I think it was the No Kings protests. And
Oh, recent.
yeah, it was just a few months ago, and I wasn't planning to go there, but I was just driving around and I saw it,
Right.
and I saw a bunch of people standing on a street corner, and I decided to go up to them and see if any of them wanted to do interviews and talk about stuff. But a few people were okay with doing that, but then the leader of their group got suspicious. They were wondering who is this guy who's coming into our group to talk to people, and I think she then talked them out of doing interviews. So I ended up not recording anything because the leader of their group didn't want them to participate. So.
Yeah. How do you feel about that? I kind of sympathize with that almost where the man on the street stuff is very kind of fun to watch. But for the most part, people who maybe are going out aren't really uh, equipped, like philosophically, maybe, or they just sort of have a feeling that, yeah, I kind of support this thing, but haven't thought it all the way through. And a lot of that stuff just makes people look silly.
Well, I think they were worried. Like they didn't know who I was. They thought maybe I would try to spin it in a way that makes them look bad.
Yeah.
And I told them, we can just delete this at the end. If you're not comfortable how it goes, we can
Oh, that's
just.
nice. Yeah.
So I tried to make it very easy on them and completely consensual, not try to pull anything on them. But their
Still,
leader just wasn't having it. So if I were very persistent, maybe I could have gotten someone in the group to do it, but I didn't want to be a pest. So
yeah,
I just gave up after uh, a few minutes
it's
of
packed it
pushback.
up.
Yeah,
Ah, yeah, I did get the feeling. I think people would be willing to talk here. Um, again, yeah, if they weren't minors.
yeah,
But yeah, there is a sort of certain energy. As soon as I pulled up, people were talking to me, asking me my opinion on things. So I think there are uh, people are here to have a dialogue.
yeah. Yeah, well, I'd definitely be open to doing that in the future. If you ever want to go out again and talk to some people, yeah, we could try it again.
Sounds good, Dan. And
Yeah.
I'm in Anaheim, so there's a lot of stuff happening. There's
Yeah,
always
I'm
something
sure.
going on.
Right.
Yeah, cool. Well, I'll sign off then.
Okay. Thanks for calling in. Bye-bye.
Yeah. See you.
All right. So there is Gene Walters at a protest in Anaheim, California. All right. Coming back to the chat, and I see some Kutababas here. Hello. And some more chats from Zach, who goes by the name Pot Limits Omaha Learning in the chat. And also Maverick is here, a new person. He says, kids are bored. They want something exciting. It's about entertainment. Would you like to discuss the immigration thing? Asked Simon. Yeah, I can discuss that. Do you mean earlier, just reply to earlier chats, or do you mean you want to call in and talk about it, or um, you can let me know. Let me put, where's my chat window? Here it is. Okay. All right. So where did I leave off? Oh, Simon says he can call in. Okay. La migra is a common Spanish slang term used in the U.S. to refer to Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, the U.S. Border Patrol, or immigration authorities in general. Okay. That's from Zach in the chat. Because Gene Walters at the protest, he said he saw a sign that said La Migra, and he didn't know what that meant. So this explains what that means. Okay, thanks for that, Zach. All right, Simon is in the waiting room. I just admitted him. Hello, Simon.
Hey Dan, how's it going?
Hey, going well. How are you?
Doing pretty well. Pretty good.
Good. So
Yeah, I
you
just
want to
wanted
talk
to
about immigration?
yeah, I've had like an interesting week discussing the topic with various people, and I just haven't heard like principles outlined that are consistent with like previous premises, I guess. I just haven't heard a good enough argument against like Harry's view.
Mm, okay. Yeah, so just to reiterate that for anyone who is new, just joining, well, do you want to explain Harry's view this time for
I
the
mean,
audience?
I'm kind of like in between a couple of things, so like I'll give you like my perspective, and then like you can go. But I mean, to sum it up, is just Harry is very pro open borders in the sense that you can just walk through the border. There should be like the government doesn't have a right to just stop people and ask them like any questions. So he just takes it to like the furthest extreme where it's just there shouldn't be a border patrol whatsoever. And I kind of share that as well. So 'cause I think it's just the
Yeah.
most principled view, and that's more consistent with like the application of what the role of government is versus like the rights of citizens. So yeah, I just haven't heard like a principle that would be consistent with why there should be people there. And like I think in Harry's lecture, he goes on to even, he gives his justifications for this, but I'm explaining way more, but yeah, take it away.
He thinks people should be treated as innocent until proven guilty. And I think he sees his border policy as a reflection of that or as a implementation of that idea. Like a lot of people might say, yeah, I agree people should be innocent until proven guilty, but they don't see that that implies that they shouldn't be screened at the border. And I guess, that's something that could be debated, but on Harry's view, if you stop someone at the border, then that implies a view that they're not innocent, or at least they might not be innocent. And he thinks that that's not appropriate. Like, I guess if you saw someone coming across with a gun, then there would be probable cause or reasonable suspicion that someone might be up to nefarious purposes, and it could be justifiable to stop that person. But absent any evidence like that, then he thinks there shouldn't there is no probable cause or reasonable suspicion that would justify stopping someone, and to stop them nonetheless would be to violate the principle of innocent until proven guilty. And also it's it's a kind of preventive law, what he calls preventive law, which is the sort of laws that are designed to prevent something bad from happening before there's any evidence that it will happen. So, what would be another example of this? Maybe like workplace regulations. Like you have to have actually maybe another example because I'm more clear on it. I was reading about it recently. Is regulations of ships when they're transporting passengers across the ocean. I was learning about the 19th century laws, the passenger laws, and you have to have beds that are at least like 9 inches off the floor. I don't know what the reasoning behind that was. Maybe so air could flow or you could clean under it easily or something. I don't know. But there was this regulation that ship beds have to be at least 9 inches off the floor or something. And I think that might be an example of a preventive law. Like the ship company hasn't done anything bad. There's been no signs of abuse yet. To prevent any possible bad thing happening, we're going to impose these regulations on the ship company. And any law like that, where someone hasn't done anything bad yet, and you're imposing on them by force some kind of regulation, that's what Harry calls a preventive law, and he opposes all such laws. The only proper kinds of laws are ones that stop the initiation of force. And uh, if you haven't initiated force against anyone, then there's nothing that should stop you from what you're doing. And if you're transporting passengers across the ocean, that doesn't involve initiating force against anyone. Everything is voluntary. You can see the ship, you can see, the way the beds are set up. And if you don't like that, you don't have to take the trip, right? And this also applies to immigrants. So they haven't initiated force against anyone. If they're just coming across a border, they're not initiating force. So there shouldn't be anything that forcibly stops them from doing that. And to have such a law that does stop them by force, even if it's only to screen them or ask them some questions, is to violate their rights to freely move about without interference. And there's no difference between someone coming across an international border and someone coming across a state border. Um, so, in Harry's view, at least, and I'm sympathetic to this, and to have laws that do stop people from crossing such borders would be preventive law and treating them as innocent until proven guilty. So, and both of those are bad on his view, and I think the objectivist view. But I'm open to discussing that if anyone wants to debate that. But I've been going on for a while. Simon, do you want to say anything more on that?
Uh, yeah, no, I mean, I totally agree with pretty much all of that. I was just wondering, like, sorry, I think I'm getting sick right now. Um, yeah, it's just been like a weird. I guess I've just been like thinking of like the Steelman case for like all of the justifications, but then I mean I'm not like a constitutionalist or like have like a deep understanding of it, but like would like the Fourth Amendment apply to like people entering the country?
So this is the one that prohibits
Search and
unreasonable
seizure.
searches and seizures.
Yeah.
I haven't thought about that much, but I guess on the face of it, it seems like it might be an unreasonable search or seizure to stop someone from coming across if you have no evidence that their
Like
their
committing a crime.
threats,
Yeah.
yeah, they're not, it doesn't look like they're holding a gun or um, doing anything menacing. So what would be the grounds for searching and seizing them? I don't see that there are any. So yeah, I think it might be a violation of their Fourth Amendment rights to stop them. And I don't think I guess people might say, well, but maybe they're up to no good. And that's the grounds. But you could say that about anyone, even Americans. Just you go outside, you see some random person walking down the sidewalk. Well, maybe that person
Well,
is up
yeah.
to no good. So do we
Yeah.
now have reasonable grounds to search and seize them?
Well,
Um,
that's why it goes back to Harry's point about like you're innocent until proven guilty. So like what's the actual evidence to suggest I'm either committing a crime or I've committed a crime, other than me just going from like 15 feet from one country into the next. It's like what's the grounds for you stopping me? What's the principle? And like I
mhm.
hear a lot of like, the well, it's just a law and it's illegal to do so. So like people who do cross illegally, etc., they're just criminals for the sake of us calling them criminals because of the law. And it's just I just don't hear like consistent principles being articulated. And then yeah, I'm just wondering if you've heard like a good steel man of like on the opposite side, I guess.
Right. Yeah, I'm trying to think of how I might steel mail them. So I guess, well, one thing that came to mind is they might say, well, the fact that they cross illegally, if they do cross illegally, is shows that they don't have respect for law. And then that by itself is grounds to be suspicious. and to stop them, ask questions, screen them. But I have some replies to that in mind. But if you want to, I'm curious if you want to address that, like how would you respond to that? Um,
I
or I
usually,
could
I
just go
mean,
ahead. Yeah.
oh yeah, I mean, just specifically to that, like I hate when people just cite the law as like some like major virtue that I just need to like uphold because it's that because then you just say like, oh well, the Bolsheviks just made, owning property against the law, and it's like, well, now, we just have to get rid of the kulaks because they're just, breaking the law. Who are they to hold property and in the name of their individual rights? I just don't like that sort of line of argumentation to just cite, oh, well, it's against the law, therefore, they're just criminals somehow.
Yeah. So there are evil laws, and like slavery used to be
Yeah.
allowed by the law. And if someone breaks that law, like by trying to escape their slave owner, um, I think that's a good thing, not a bad thing. So I don't think it's enough to just say that someone broke the law to think that, oh, this is a bad person and we have good reason to be suspicious of them. I think it's important to consider what law it is that they're breaking and whether the law makes sense. Because if they're breaking an evil law, a law that violates rights, like a law that allows for slavery, then I don't think it's a bad sign that that law is being broken. And I think it can actually reflect well on a person if they're breaking evil laws. And I think the immigration laws are evil, or at least very, very bad, because I think they violate people's freedom the way it's set up right now. It's very restrictive. There are quotas, only a certain number of people can come in each year. Um, and so to come in the legal way, it's often very difficult, if not impossible. It can take years, lots of money. So I think it's understandable that a lot of people would look for other ways, non-legal ways to come in because what's the alternative? I mean, maybe they're living in some third world dictatorship. Are they just going to spend years or decades of their life rotting away in some horrible country when they could be making a much better life for themselves in a freer country? I don't think it's reasonable to expect people to live their lives in very bad countries. Um, so it's understandable to me that someone would break these laws. So I don't see that as a bad sign. So I guess that's where I would go in the discussion. If someone tried to say, well, the fact that they're breaking a law is already a bad sign about the person, I would say, I would give these sorts of counterexamples. Like, what do you say about slavery? Is that someone breaks that law? Is that a bad thing? Because that's a more clear, obvious sort of example to use. And then if you can get buy-in to that, then maybe take it back to the immigration kind of law and then argue whether that's a justifiable law. But at least, get there first. First, get them to buy in on the easy case, the slavery case. And then that removes the grounds from them just saying, well, just because they broke the law, that's already a bad sign. That argument is no longer available at that point. So now you would have to just argue about the particular law in question being violated, not about the principle of violating any law. So, um,
Yeah, that's a good point. Okay. I mean, I don't want to beat a dead horse because I mean, I completely agree with you. I love to hear like someone give like a good argument against this because yeah, like I said, I I just found out today that I was kicked out of this objectivist group because I had a disagreement with someone and they just kept lobbing ad hominems at me and I don't know why.
oh yeah, that's interesting. Was this like a Discord group or I don't know if you want to say.
It's just a Facebook group. I mean, honestly, I don't even care. I was shown zero respect for just civil dis like a civil disagreement. So I mean, I
Mm,
don't really care.
okay. Well,
Yeah,
I
it
think
was
there
just a
are.
dissident objectivists group, and I don't know if you know about that, but
Oh,
I was
is that the
invited
name
to
of
the
it?
group. Yeah, it's called Dissenters of Objectivism or something like that. And I was just invited by
Oh,
this guy because he heard me on like Clubhouse, and he invited me, and there was like one post on like I went through like all of them, and to me it was just like I don't know, to me it was just a very like emotional arguments that they were giving, and it wasn't coming from like any sort of like principled stance. So then like I just found one post that I would like just I didn't see that it was there was no like proper response to. So it was just like a post, an emotional post about like how libertarians are like just accepting the craziness of open borders, and then it was this woman who just reposted it. So I just said like yeah, it's kind of like a mischaracterization of the open borders view of immigration. And I think it's like and like I think you're strawmanning the position. And then, I was called a retard. I was called, uh, just a bunch of ad hominems. And I was just like, okay, but like, I don't care what you think of me. It's either like I'm wrong or I'm right. But if you think I'm wrong, just tell me why I'm wrong. Like, I don't care what you think of me personally. Like, it's completely irrelevant. So,
yeah. Yeah, a lot of people they resort to insults when when they run out of arguments, I think. And I think there's many people who call themselves objectivists who are anti-immigration or pro-Trump, but I'm doubtful they actually are objectivists if in many of these cases at least. So um, maybe that would apply to many of these people in this dissidents objectivist group. I've never heard of that, but I wouldn't be surprised if there are groups of people who call themselves objectivists that I wouldn't consider objectivists. But I was thinking of a couple cases actually, which if we want to steel man the the view that um, Harry's view is too open. Here's a couple cases. Well, the first one I don't think really is an exception to his view because he acknowledges it, which is wartime. So if like you're Israel in war with your neighbors and you have neighbors like Hamas in Gaza, then I think it does make sense to have that border closed because you're actually at war with your neighbors. But if you're not at war, then I think it does make sense to have open borders. At least if it's like, well, let's take the US. There's the border with Canada and then there's the border with Mexico. I think I'm less concerned about the border with Canada than I am about the border with Mexico because I think there is violence associated with the drug cartels in Mexico. And you might think, okay, well, if we didn't have anti-drug laws, if drugs were all legal and decriminalized, then there wouldn't be this problem of violence associated with drugs um, because the profit margins would be much, much less. It would be a much less risky thing to do to get drugs. So there wouldn't be, I don't know exactly what the dynamics are that create violence associated with the drug trade, but I think the fact that drugs are illegal, many drugs, that does contribute to the violence. So I have been a bit concerned about just opening the border with Mexico because I wonder if some of that violence would spill over into the US. And I asked Harry on one of his he has these weekly sessions for his
meeting
show.
of the minds.
Yeah, Meeting of the Minds. I asked him, would you phase in open borders, or is this something you would just implement overnight, where just like right now, in January of, well, when I asked him this, it was January of 2026. I said, would you just open it right now, January of 2026? And he said, yes. It's if he were king and it was just completely up to him, he would just open it right now. It's not something he would phase in. And I guess I'm not 100% comfortable. I'm open to that. I would consider that, but I guess I'm just not 100% comfortable. I'm a little worried that if we don't have what he calls paired decontrols, where you pair one decontrol with another control, like one decontrol is you liberalize the immigration, you let people come across more freely. Another decontrol is you get rid of the drug laws. So if you did those two things together, then you could get rid of the violence at the same time as you're getting rid of the immigration restrictions, and then there wouldn't be this worry of some of the violence spilling over. But he said even without that sort of paired decontrol, he would still open the border.
I
And
mean,
what,
I
yeah,
don't.
what do you think about that?
I mean, my mind went straight to like deregulating all the drug laws. The moment that you said like he would do it tomorrow, I'm like the only way that I would ever be on board with that specifically would be like if you get rid of the drug laws as well, because then you're just basically getting rid of like the cartels by like you know like Pfizer or like any of the big drug companies would be like a direct competitor to the cartels, and then you just basically eliminate a lot of the violence, you know, just trying to get through the border, and then like all the violent crimes associated to drugs would also be eliminated because it's just you know you decriminalize it essentially. So I would definitely be in favor for that. But like to to implement the open borders without that, I mean, like that's just like a tough. I'd have to really look into what like the real world consequences of that would be. I mean, I'd be maybe in phase of like, you know, maybe making it easier, but like overnight, just like open border, and that would be like a tough sell.
Yeah. Yeah, so I have some trepidation over that, but there's still a lot you could do. Like all the people, like the millions and millions of people who are already here illegally, you could give them, and they haven't, shown any sign of being associated with the drug trade and no signs of violence. They're just living peacefully, but in the shadows. All those millions of people, they could be given amnesty. They could be made legal residents, and you could get rid of all the quotas. So even apart from this one thing of making it like just completely opening the border now, there's still a lot of good that could be done, even if you didn't have a completely open border right now. So yeah, I guess I'm not. That's the main reason I'm a bit hesitant about Harry's view. I'm concerned about the violence. And now I think there are some statistics, like I've heard that on average, immigrants, both legal and illegal immigrants, are less likely to commit crimes than
Yeah,
United States
I've seen that as well.
citizens. But that could be true. While it's not true that if we're talking about the drug trade in particular, like you might, even if it's true that on average immigrants are less likely to commit crimes, you might think, well, you'll get a big rush of the people who are involved in crimes if you just open the border right now, since there are, I guess, a lot of people right at the border who are engaged in the drug trade and involved
I
with
mean,
a lot of the violence there.
as I'm thinking of this like in real time, I guess like I'd have to consider like what kind of crimes they're committing because it's like a lot of them it's when they just get trafficked over the border. But then it's like if you could just walk freely, like you're saving like Mexicans, like like potentially you could be saving like hundreds, if not thousands of Mexican lives who get like killed on the way there by the cartels trying to smuggle them in. So so like, but those would be considered like violent crimes as well. So I mean, I don't know if those statistics play into those types of crimes as well. So not necessarily like related to the drugs themselves, but also that,
Mm.
but
Yeah, human trafficking.
yeah.
Yeah. I don't know much about that, but you did make me think of a related point, which is I think a lot of the drug-related crime is like different gangs fighting against each other, and if you're not if you're not part of the drug gang either on either side, like maybe there's two gangs fighting for turf in a certain area, and maybe they kill each other. But if they're not killing like third parties, then maybe there's no reason to worry about them. But I don't know to what extent they are killing third parties. Like if they're maybe they would sometimes take hostages of family members of people who are in some rival gang and use them as hostages or bargaining chips. Sometimes I think just tourists can be kidnapped and then used as hostages, and then they try to like call the families of the tourists and get money out of them in order to release. So even if a lot of the violence is just between gang members, I think there also is some violence of innocent third parties. Now, I don't know the extent of that, um, but maybe, and maybe that could be found out. Like, I don't know how hard it would be. Like, if you just open the border and you had an interview with everyone coming across, maybe you could get a reasonable idea of whether they're connected with the any kind of drug violence, and maybe it'd be pretty easy to do that. So I don't know. Maybe that would be a good sort of halfway solution, like halfway between completely opening it and not having any screening at all, and then having it totally closed. Maybe a middle ground would just be um,
I mean, look,
interviewing people and getting some idea of them as to whether they're a threat. And then if they seem unlikely to be a threat, let them through.
as as a person who's trying to get into the US, like if I had to compromise on a principle where I just had to answer a couple of questions to come in, and then I could just like stay for as long as I want, like I mean, I would definitely go for that. But I mean,
Yeah.
that's just not what's happening, and I don't see like the cultural trend even remotely wanting that, unfortunately. I mean, I've
Yeah.
spoken to people who are like, really villainizing people who just wanted like to pursue a better life, and instead of like going through like the quote unquote proper channels, they just jumped a border and then like, went to find opportunities to better like their lives, like really like villainize these people. And like these are people who are choosing life over, like horrible circumstances and just basically death. It's like anybody who's willing to do that, you're like, are you really gonna fault them and just say like, yeah, they're illegal though? It's like I have such a hard time with comments like that.
Hmm. Yeah. So in your case, I was thinking like you're from, I don't know if you want to say where you're from.
I am from
Um,
Canada.
you're from Canada. Is that where you are now, or
No,
you're in
I'm
Europe?
in France. Yeah, I moved here like 5 years ago for my girlfriend, but I'm originally Canadian.
Okay. Yeah. So it's like someone like you, if you wanted to come, I think like is sh why not make it as easy as this? Like you can have a record of like a background check. Like when there's all like when you want to rent a place, sometimes the landlord will do a background check on you, and you could just do something like that. And if there's no crimes that show up, anything that raises a red flag, then just let the person through. Like why not at least do that? Like and even if that's not like 100% open immigration, it would still be very, very minimal. And like you said, you would be open to doing something like that if it allowed you to um, get into the U.S. And it seems like it should be easy as that. Just do a background check on someone, and if there are no red flags, let the person through. Why not?
Yeah.
So even
Yeah.
if
I
we
just
can't have Harry's thing right now, even if that's not a good idea, we could have something very close to that. And like everyone who, um, or probably almost everyone who would get in Harry's way would still be able to get in, but they might just have to, wait a day or however long it takes to do a background check. But that's pretty trivial in the big scheme of things.
yeah, I mean like like a lot of the people that I speak to, they equate like coming into the country with just like basically being like citizens. You know, it's like when people think like open borders, it's like, oh yeah, like these people are just gonna be like citizens, and like I mean, I really liked what Harry had said when he gave the lecture, where it's just like make it almost like impossible for these people to become citizens, but there shouldn't be any laws preventing them from like coming in, educating themselves, working, like like do just living a life like that you can live, you know. So as long as like you're able to sustain yourself, trade, add value to your community, yourself, whatever, go live the life that you want to pursue. I don't see why the government would have to stop you from doing that in the name of like some arbitrary laws of oh, you're not from this particular geographical location. I mean, it's just such a weird take.
So you just reminded me of another argument against immigration, which we haven't talked much about yet. But so one is the crime argument, the worry about violence, and we've talked about that. And I think maybe a lot of people would be on board with what I just said. Like even if we don't have totally open borders, what we just do a background check on people, and if there's no red flags, let them in. People might say, okay, now I'm not worried about violence, but I am worried about welfare. And this is actually what one of my recent Facebook posts was about. And I think there are a lot of people who push back against allowing more immigrants in because they think immigrants are going to come here for welfare and they'll be like burdens on the system, and that's not fair. And that's another whole part of this discussion, which we can talk about. Um, but like, so one thing you might say is, well, what if we had a law that says you can immigrate, but you can't get welfare? Would you then be okay with immigrants? And you could ask someone that's just to see, is it really welfare they're concerned about, or is that just like a rationalization for something else? Like, is it really just racism? They just don't want
I mean,
people who don't look like them, and they just use welfare as an excuse, or is it really welfare they're concerned about? So if you ask this question, like, let's suppose we pass this law that said you can immigrate, but you cannot get welfare. Would you then be okay with them coming in and then see what they say? And if they say, yeah, I would still be opposed to it, then there's there's a debate to be had there.
the
But go ahead.
the two main oppositions that I have, I mean, not that I have, but that I hear that people have is that number one, it's the violence. Number two is always the economic, like people coming in take our jobs, and like we like they raise the cost of living. It's like the economically illiterate basically that don't understand how this actually works and how having immigrants is actually a net positive, but they make that case. And then the third is basically the welfare. But the two main ones that I hear is they took our jobs argument from South Park, and the violence. Those are the two main ones that I always have to contend with.
Right. I'm going to share my notes on here on the screen. So I started taking some notes before, but these are the three main reasons people oppose more immigration At least these are the three ones I've encountered, at least. Reasons. So they're worried about more crime. They're worried that the immigrants are going to take our jobs, and then they're worried about immigrants are going to go on welfare. Now, we've already talked about the crime one, so we were just starting to talk about these two. I was talking about welfare first. Um, but yeah, let's talk some more about the welfare and the take our jobs, which you might actually think are there's a contradiction there because on the one hand, they're coming here and they're not working; they're just being welfare parasites and living off of us. On the other hand, you're worried, no, they're working, they're going to take our jobs. So can you have it both ways? There was a meme, I think it was called Schrodinger's Immigrant, where it was playing off of this idea that now you might say, well, okay, we're worried about both, but in different people. Like maybe some of the immigrants are going to take our jobs, and other immigrants they're not going to take our jobs, but they are going to go on welfare and be parasites on us. So we are worried about both, but not for the same people. So maybe they think these are compatible sorts of concerns. But I think even if we address them independently, there's, well, I think there are arguments that can counter both of these. So with welfare, for one thing, I think you're not eligible to get a lot of welfare if you are, certainly if you're not illegal immigrants. I think you might still be able to get a little bit, like through emergency services, um, but you can't get like Social Security or Medicare. I think if you're not um, a legal immigrant. Um, However, there's also a concern about, well, I think a lot of people neglect the value that immigrants are bringing. Like even if they do um, take away some of your resources through welfare, maybe it's a trivial or very small amount. I don't know. I haven't looked into it much. But even if they do take some, they also add value economically. So they can make the cost of goods much cheaper because I think they often are willing to work for much less than U.S. citizens are willing to work for. So if the cost of labor is down because of immigrant work, then that reduces the price of your goods. But it's also not just people who are working very simple jobs like picking strawberries, or also in the construction industry. I think a lot of immigrants do work in the construction industry, and if they're willing to work for cheaper, then that'll make your housing cheaper because the input costs are going to be less if the labor costs are less. But that's focusing more on the manual labor, kind of low end sort of jobs, but also at the high end. I think we often benefit from immigrants. I think many entrepreneurs, like in Silicon Valley, tech startups, I think many immigrants start those companies. And like the CEO of Zoom was immigrants from China, I believe. And then there's like Sundar Pichai, the current CEO of Google. I think he's a immigrant from India. Um, and I think there's other other examples of immigrants who are like CEOs of tech companies, and we benefit from that a lot. So I think it's important to consider that. And I don't know that you can just look at immigrants as a net loss. Um, if you factor in all the benefits they offer at various economic levels, from CEO down to people picking strawberries, or cleaning laundry in hotels, changing the hotel maids. Um, I mean, of course, there's also the individual rights issue, just aside from the economic value they add. But if you are just looking at it from a purely economic perspective, I think it's important to weigh to balance welfare uh, versus the added value. I'm going to add that here through lowered costs and innovation, for example, by tech startup startup founders. Okay, so those are some of the points I would make. Oh, also another thing is a lot of immigrants pay taxes, even though they can't benefit from them. So I think at least illegal immigrants, they sometimes they have to pay taxes, um, but since they're illegal, they can't benefit like by eventually getting Social Security or Medicare. Um, so you might say it's the reverse. Not only are they not parasites on us, we are parasites on them because they have to pay taxes into the system like Social Security or Medicare, yet they can't benefit from those programs. So I'm going to add that as well here. They sometimes pay taxes that they can't benefit from. Okay. And I'm going to pause there. I don't know if you want to add anything at this point before I go on to the last one about taking our jobs. Um, if do you have anything you want to say about the welfare point?
No, I think you've covered that.
Okay. So as for the last one, the argument that they take our jobs. So to that, my first reaction is they're not your jobs. You don't own the jobs. So this has a sort of collectivist view, as in, so if I'm an individual entrepreneur, I hire people. These are my jobs, which I should be able to decide who they go to, and I should be able to come to a voluntary agreement with anyone I want to. Like, um, if I hire someone, let's say I think a Mexican is the best person for a job, well, that job is not yours to dispense with, right? If you're some third party, you don't get to tell me who I should hire. If you do, you're acting like it's your job to give, but you didn't create my business, you didn't run my business, so it's not your job to give. It's whoever creates the job. So to imagine like anyone who works in America has to be an American citizen implies like um, I think a kind of collectivist, non-individualist sort of perspective. So I think I should be free as an individual to hire whatever other individuals I want, regardless of where they are coming from. And to prevent that is to both violate my freedom and the freedom of the person who would take my job, um, even if it's not a U.S. citizen. It violates that person's freedom to accept my offer to that person. So I think this last one is a bogus argument. I'll say it's not your job to give, just to kind of sum up my argument. So you have no right to a job. You only have a right to a job that someone voluntarily offers you. Um, but you have no right to be free from competition with anyone else anywhere in the world for your job. So I'll add that too. You don't have a right to a job. So that's at least some of the points I would make in reply to this third argument. Okay. Anything on that, Simon, or anything else?
I mean, no, I think you've covered the they took our jobs, our argument.
Okay. Let me take a look at the chat, see if there's anything
Sure.
there. Florida Nick is here. Hi, Florida. Hi, Nick. Okay, so there's a bunch of chats from Frederick, Kutababa, Robert Nacier. Hello. Got some. Yeah, looks like those are the main recent chatters. Maverick plays. Oh, I see somebody just called in. Yernaz Ramatar Singh. Okay, I don't recognize that name. Would you like to, could you identify yourself in the YouTube chat? I usually like to have some idea of who's calling in if I don't recognize the name. So if that's you in the Zoom waiting room, could you put a chat in YouTube and just say, that's me in the Zoom waiting room? I'll give you a minute to do that. And if you have a different name on YouTube, that's fine. But I just want to see if I can learn a little more about who that is. All right, we're up to 11 likes on the stream. Nice. Thank you.
And yeah, I think for the take our jobs argument, they also make the economic arguments. I don't know if you wrote that, but
The economics arguments, what do you mean?
like it raise. I mean, people think it raises it increases inflation because of the amount of people that come in, and there's more demand. And if I mean I can't really steel man it properly. This is just like the slogans that these people shout.
Okay, let me add that to my list here. Okay. Um, there's inflation. Could you say it again?
Yeah, there's inflation because of the amount of people that come in. So the price of goods and services go up because of the amount of people that would the mass influx of people that would come in.
Is that because there's a higher demand, so that pushes prices up?
Yeah,
Okay, I see. I'll put it as there's inflation due to
higher demand.
greater demands. Okay. Yeah, so I guess with that, there's simultaneously a deflation because of the reason I gave before. Like if they're willing to work for cheaper prices, that pushes prices down. So if the
Yeah.
cost of producing housing, for instance, is less because you've got these cheap immigrants, cheap labor from immigrants, then that pushes prices down. So there could simultaneously be upward and downward pressures on prices, and maybe they cancel out. And maybe it varies from industry to industry. Maybe some prices go up, maybe other prices go down. Um, where's my oh, Sandenoise is the one who says he's the one in the Zoom waiting room. Okay. All right. I guess I'll take his call. So I don't know if you want to hang on, Simon, or what, but I think I want to get to.
I'll hop off. Yeah. I
Okay.
mean, I think we've gone over the steelman arguments long enough. So yeah, I appreciate taking the time, Dan. Thank
All
you.
right. Thanks for calling in. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Ciao, ciao.
All right. Bye bye. All right. So Sandenoise from Amsterdam. He's the person who called in as Yernaz on Zoom. So let me admit him. Actually, should I take a break? Um, maybe I should at least get to him quickly and then maybe take a break. But let me at least talk to him for a minute before I decide whether I want to take a break. Okay. All right, I just admitted you, and you should be able to unmute yourself. There you go. Hello?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hey, thanks for letting me in. I was wondering, maybe I can respond to the immigration topic from like a European perspective.
Okay. So you favor a more restricted kind of immigration system than I was describing, or what?
Yeah, so yeah, just to be clear, I am an objectivist for over 15 years, so I fully follow Ayn Rand's philosophy. But I wanted to bring in some European context because I have the feeling that your guys are talking from an American perspective, which makes sense. But
Hmm.
I wanted to know, how do you think about the religious threat? So, in the case of Europe, do you think you could make a case that stopping mass immigration from Muslim countries would be compatible with objectivist principles?
Okay. So I think Europe might be different because there are some different dynamics over there, and I don't follow it as closely as I do the U.S. So I don't know that I could speak to it very much, but I could say some things about it. But before we get into it, let me ask: do you have? If I took like a 10-minute break, would you be able to stick around and talk more after the break, or do you have to go very soon?
No, I can stick around.
Okay. Yeah, I think I want to take a little break here, and then we can pick up the chat afterwards. So I'm just going to put you on mute for now,
Okay,
and then I'll come back to you in I think about 10 minutes.
no problem. I'll just stick here.
Okay. Sounds good. Okay. So we're going to talk some more about immigration after I take a break, and I'm just going to, and thanks for all the chats, by the way. I do appreciate the chats, and maybe I'll engage with some of those more later. Usually when I'm on a call, I just focus on the caller, but sometimes I can take a break and check out the chat. But I encourage you to keep chatting. I'm going to change my screen name. Excuse me. Change my screen name here so that it says back in a few minutes. Well, I guess back in about 10 minutes. Be a little more descriptive. Okay, so that's now. We'll tell anyone who comes by what's going on. And let me also put a note in the YouTube chat that says on break back in about 10 minutes, i.e., it's now 3:08 p.m. Pacific, 3:09 p.m. Pacific. So if I stop talking at 3:10, then that would mean I'd be back about 3:20. So I'll say about 3:20 p.m. Pacific. Okay. I just put that in the chat. So now any new people who come by during the break will know what's going on. All right. So I'm just going to turn off my mic now, and I will see you on the other side of the break. All right. Bye-bye. Oh, it says Simon just entered the waiting room. You called back in, Simon? All right, let me see what's going on there. I don't know if that was intentional, but let me quickly. Maybe he wanted to say more about immigration. Simon, you came back?
Yeah, hey, I just wanted to see if Yernaz was there. Yeah, maybe like if you're not there, we can maybe chat in the Zoom. I don't know if you would allow that or not, but
Oh,
just curious.
you mean like chat in the Zoom chat instead of the YouTube chat?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, like people don't have to go through like. Sorry, I was just distracting
Yeah,
from hearing
you
my
can.
voice.
I don't know if you can. I'm gonna mute it so you won't be able to talk during the break, but you can chat if that's what you meant.
Okay.
Or did you
I
mean you wanted
thought,
to talk?
yeah, I wanted to talk, but if you could, I mean, I don't want to complicate this. It's just because I was interested because he's European. I've lived in Europe. I'm also European,
Oh,
but
I
I've,
see. Yeah,
but
okay.
yeah.
Well,
So
I don't know if you can stick around, but I think it would be better to, if you want to talk after the break, you could do it then. But I think during the break, I just want to put everybody on mute.
yeah, sure, it's not a problem.
Okay, I'm just going to mute you then, and then yeah, maybe after the break, we can all three discuss this.
All right, cool.
All right. Okay, so um, yeah, everybody is muted now, and let me. So now I'm going to turn off my camera and mic, and I'll be back sometime around 3:20 p.m. Pacific. That is in about 10 minutes. And maybe we'll have a three-way chat instead of just a two-way chat. All right, see you after the break. I am back. All right. So we were talking about immigration, and I got two callers on the line. Before I get to the callers, let me just remind everyone that I do have my super chat open. So if you get value from the show and you want to help support the show, make it easier for me to do more to promote Ayn Rand, you might consider a super chat or a super sticker. And thank you for the likes and subscribes as well. That's all definitely appreciated. Let me just take a look at my analytics here. Okay. All right. So first, I'm going to talk with Yernaz, who goes by the name, a different name. What was it? Sandenoise in the chat is Yernaz. So I'm going to talk with him first, and then I will open it up to Simon. So first, let me bring in Yernaz. Okay, I just asked you to unmute, so you should be able to unmute now. Hello?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hi. Yeah, so do you want some background from me first, or
Yeah,
do you just
sure.
want to dive into it? Okay. Well, as I said, I've been an objectivist ever since I was, I think, 17, 18. My brother introduced me to Ayn Rand. He's also an objectivist. He's 5 years older. So ever since then, I wanted to spread her philosophy, and I studied political science. And I made it onto the Dutch political scene, and I even made it onto television where I have promoted Ayn Rand a couple of times. So I did make a little bit of a dent over here. But I was born in Suriname in South America.
Okay, interesting. So you're now you now live in the Netherlands?
Yeah, so Suriname used to be a Dutch colony, and yeah, so both my parents were born in Suriname, and I was born there, but I came here when I was 2. So since then, I've lived in the Netherlands, Amsterdam.
Okay, interesting. All right, so you can give us a European perspective on immigration. I do think it's somewhat different than the American perspective, but go ahead. You could say whatever you want on that.
Yeah, so a couple of things. We have a way wider welfare system in Europe, also in the Netherlands. So I think that's one factor that's definitely different from the US, depending on the state. Another factor I would bring in would be the factor of Islam. You know, there has been a great effect of Muslim immigration in many Western European countries. I would say negative effects for the most part. And I think that alone could be a reason to support restricting immigration. And that's why I wanted to bring it in, because it actually circumvents all the topics you guys discussed. You know, it's not about do they work hard, do they pay their taxes. It's actually about, do we want this religion to be even bigger here than it already is? And I think that's also a fair, yeah, I think that there is a fair case to be made that, yeah, we don't want more Islam in Europe.
Okay. All right. So one thought on that is I think the policing I've heard, at least in places like the UK, is there's sometimes a a double standard. Like they don't apply the law to the same extent as they do to non-Islamic, excuse me, non-Islamic immigrants, and they will sometimes be in these enclaves, these little communities which are like have Sharia law or something along those lines, or at least something closer to that. And maybe there will be rape gangs, or I don't know what other kind of crime goes on. But then they're not penalized to the same extent they would be if they weren't Islamic. So whereas I think if they were tougher on crime, I don't know what it's like in the Netherlands. You can let me know if you have thoughts on that. But I think at least in some European countries, if they were properly tough on crime, then and they didn't let people get away with certain things, then it wouldn't be as much of a concern. So maybe there's a more fundamental problem than allowing in people who are Islamic, which is that I think a lot of European countries are susceptible to multicultural sorts of viewpoints, and they want to like treat all cultures as equal and allow the Islamic cultures to have their Sharia law in their little enclave. And that's bad. I think everyone's rights need to be respected, regardless of what culture you come from. Um, so that's one point I would make. It's not necessarily to say that like they should be. So I guess if if the reason they're not being more open is because they're concerned about crime, then I guess my solution would be get tougher on crime rather than be more restrictive on the immigration. And then you can have the best of both. You can get rid of the crime and you could also let in the better immigrants, and you'll, I guess, be less of a magnet for people who are likely to commit crimes because they will see, if I do, if I do resort to crime, I'm going to get punished. So that's one point I would make, but I want to pause there and come back to you to see if you want to reply to any of that.
Yeah. So I do think you have a point when you talk about policing and that there is sometimes a double standard and that there's sometimes a fear of being made out to be racist, especially when you look at the rape gangs in the UK. I think that would be quite a good example. But we're not just talking about crime. We're also talking about like terrorism, which is a whole different form of crime. So what I'm trying to say is I think it's more existential than we don't want the crime. Like obviously we don't want the crime, but I do think there is more of a threat importing more Islam than just crime. We're talking about the state and religion relationship, how that is viewed, the different view of religion and the state that they share, the political collectivism that you're importing. So I get what you're saying when you're talking about the crime, and if we police them harder, we like give them example of how we treat them, and then they might learn. And I kind of get it, and that would be a help if we would do that, if we would be stricter and had like harder punishments. But I also think there's something that is not to be captured in the statistics per se, and that is a country becoming more Islamic and what that entails, and that's not always what you can find in the law.
Yeah. Yeah, I take your point. So there's just your regular crimes, and then there's terrorism,
Yeah.
and they're not exactly the same type of threats, and so maybe the type of response should be different. So there might be something like maybe it's not at the level of threat that Israel faces from like Hamas right on its border, but it's also not the same level as threat, say, at the U.S. Canada border. So maybe there's a
Somewhere
kind
in
of
between.
there's a continuum of threats, and where exactly you draw the line, I'm not sure, but it's at least not obvious. Like if it's obvious that Israel shouldn't just have an open border, and it's also obvious that U.S. Canada border should be open. Maybe it's not obvious, like in Europe's case, whether they should have open borders. So I'm open to that. Um, Something I haven't thought a lot about. But let me just think if I have anything else I want to say about the welfare point, which was your first point. You say it's the Europeans have a wider welfare system than in the US. I have heard things like that, like just for immigrating somewhere, you automatically get a check. Is it like that? Like in the Netherlands, like if someone immigrates to the Netherlands, do they automatically get like a UBI sort of income, or how does that work?
Well, I don't think it's to that extent. I think England is one of the worst places how they sometimes help their immigrants. But like, if you're here as a refugee, we have a big refugee crisis in the Netherlands. We have way too much refugees. We can't have a place for them. We hold them in these centers, and we don't allow them to work, which is like counterproductive because some of them want to work. So like, there's a lot wrong with how we, handle these people and how we fail to integrate them sometimes. But on the other hand, some of them don't want to integrate. So maybe we're happy that they're in the enclave. So it's like a double-edged sword. But no, you don't get like a full check. But just to give an example, if you live in the Netherlands, even if you don't have a Dutch passport, you can vote on city elections and council elections. Like that is quite a big impact you could have on like local politics, because sometimes local municipalities do have uh, certain measurements for people that live in the municipality, and they don't check for your passport. So it's a little bit insidious. It's not so straight ahead like you come in, you get a paycheck, but you do get influence and you do get a vote, and that is something that is attractive for political parties to maybe lobby towards. So you get a lot of perverse incentives, I would say.
Okay. So that's too bad if they're not allowed to work. That seems like a big problem. And maybe that again is the rather than excluding people on the grounds that they might be part of the welfare system, maybe a better thing to focus is changing the laws that prohibit them from working. Maybe that's a better
Yeah,
solution.
so to be fair, there are political parties that are claiming that, and there are people who say we should let them work, and they point at the positive examples. But yeah, the reason we don't want to let them work is because sometimes we're afraid that we don't know if they're criminals. So, well, as I said, it's a double-edged sword, because I agree with you. Putting people in enclaves and not letting them work is not productive, and it's not going to help them integrate. But yeah, it's not as easy as to say let them loose in society when we don't know about the background checks. These people don't come from reliable governments. We don't have like an interview and a research paper on everyone, and we know everything they did. Sometimes their diplomas cannot be verified. We don't know if they're part of terror networks or not. Like I was actually on a reality show that talked to refugees that came here. So we went like the opposite direction that the refugees came, and we talked to them in different countries. And I have to say, a lot of them are hardworking people. Some of them studied. Some of them just want to find happiness here. And I'm open to that. I'm sympathetic to it. Only the other side of it is we have such a big welfare state over here. And once you're in Europe and once you have European papers, you can travel the whole continent. So every country can be a victim of whatever you're planning.
Okay. I have one more thought, and then I want to bring Simon in here.
Mhm.
So the other thing I wanted to say is I wonder if there's a kind of inconsistency between allowing people to travel somewhere just as a visitor, but not allowing them to live there. So I think it's very easy for people to just come in somewhere as a tourist. Like, well, at least in the United States, I think it's very easy to just get a tourist visa for like 6 months. Um, but it seems weird to me that you would be okay with someone very easily doing that, and maybe even without a background check, yet not letting them live there permanently. Like it's okay for someone to live in a country for months as a tourist, but we're suddenly worried if they want to come there and live there permanently and maybe also work. So if you don't need a background check for the one, then I wonder, should you need a background check for the other? So if you're concerned about safety, does that mean you're not even going to let anyone in as tourists? Um, so you can reply to that if you want, but I'm also going to open it up to Simon here. Let me ask him to unmute. Okay. So now you both can be heard. And if either of you want to reply to that last point or anything else, feel free to jump in.
Maybe Simon wants to respond to my points I made about Europe.
Yeah, sorry, I actually just got out of a phone call, so I probably missed the last like maybe 3, 4 minutes of what you guys were going over.
Okay. Well, um, Yernaz, he was saying that the European scenario is different than the US in a couple ways. One, in that they have a wider welfare system
Oh, that's for
than
sure.
in the US. And then secondly, Islam is more of a concern. So those are reasons why one might want to have a more restrictive immigration system in Europe than in the US. And we went back and forth on that for a while. But
Uh, I mean, I think the problem in Europe was specifically that they made a lot of these like Islamists like citizens of the country, so they had a lot of influence. They're able to I mean, they're able to vote. I mean, I think Yernaz at the beginning of the discussion mentioned that they had influence. Like even if they don't have papers, they're able to vote. Is that what he had mentioned? That was like around the time I got the call.
Yeah, so they can vote in national elections if you don't have a passport, but you can vote in like municipal city elections.
Yeah, I think that's just, I mean, horrible policy. I mean, I don't know why you're allowing people a vote that can affect people who are citizens of the country that just because you're living there, you can vote. I mean, I don't know. That's a weird thing for me. But yeah, I mean, to deal with Islam, I mean, at this point, like this is just a battle of ideas at this point. I mean, you have to bring the radical ideas to their radical ideas because, like, to me, Europe just has a horrible culture of uh, wealth, and they have a very negative view of it. So, I mean, I don't know how they combat, their because European culture to me is not like one of that's fighting for progress. It's like we like our last like 1,000 years of our culture, 2,000 years of our culture, and we want to preserve it. But it's like if you this is how you stagnate and die. And I don't see like a trend in like a direction of freedom to counteract like Islam in this sense. So it's like I don't know what
But
the
do
next
you
50
agree
years
with
is
the
going to look
restrict?
like.
So do you agree we need to have a more restrictive policy because of Islam?
My thing is not it's not immigration. It's the fact that the demographics are not the demographic. The people are becoming citizens. Like if people want to come into Europe to work, like fine. If you want to ban specific countries from coming in, if you want to ban Muslim countries, okay, fine. Like declare some sort of like Muslim ban or whatever. But that doesn't negate that people should still be able to come in and work because that's just a net positive for the country. But again, that has to come at the like with the caveat of like you have economic freedoms as well. Like there's an incentive for these people to come in and work and produce something of value for themselves and as a result for other people. So it's not immigration per se. It's don't just let anyone become citizens along with like don't if you want to put like a Muslim ban, I don't know. I mean, I do see the influence of Islam, but I don't know how to combat it other than just get better ideas. Because right now I'm just seeing a lot of reactionary movements in Europe, but it's not in the correct direction.
I'm curious what you
Yeah.
think about
So
the Muslim
yeah,
ban.
oh, did you ask it to me or to Simon?
To you. Yeah, because Simon had proposed maybe just have a Muslim
Yeah.
ban, but
Yeah. To be honest, like the individualist in me does think it goes quite far because I do think there are like reasonable Muslims who can contribute to Europe, but I do think you can make a case. Yeah, I think you could make the case, but I personally think it's a little bit too broad. So I would love to like specify it to like Islamists and maybe certain sects of Islam. But if that is not a possibility, I could also get behind this. Yeah.
Oh, I mentioned sorry, maybe I misspoke, but I meant to say specifically like Muslim countries. So like if you want to say like listen, like these people who are coming from like X country, we're just not gonna take them in because of the amount of I mean, I'm not advocating for this. I'm just saying like in terms of like a solution, like this could be proposed, but I think it's just like Europeans in general just have to have better ideas because their ideas just suck.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you on the better ideas part. There are also a lot of people who are promoting remigration in multiple European countries, also in the Netherlands. So they are saying that we should send back people to the countries where they or their parents came from.
Yeah, I see Sweden. I mean, I lived in Sweden at the time where a lot of Somalis were coming in, and like I went to school to learn Swedish actually, and like 99% of my class were just like women in burqas and just like basically like Somalis, like all of them. So it's like I saw like the influence back then, and I see what Sweden is doing now by just basically like sending as many of them back to their countries and like just paying them off. So I mean that might be a solution as well. I mean you literally get them off, but I don't know what's stopping them from just going back to another European country.
Yeah,
I'm
I don't know
taking
if they
a
have to sign some paper if they take the money. I don't know if they have to sign some paper that they won't re-enter or something. I'm sure there must be some legality behind it
Yeah,
if they're
I
paying them
mean,
off. Yeah.
yeah. But yeah, I mean, like practical solutions. I mean, I just don't see the trends right now. I mean, I know France, I live in France and like it's a complete disaster over here. I mean, yeah, I don't see a practical solution other than like people need to just get better ideas. Honestly, like the next 20, 30 years, I don't know how this country is going to sustain itself or even other European countries. I just don't.
Yeah, the only thing I can imagine is that because of Trump, we rediscover some European identity and we start producing for ourselves in some backwards way, and it helps us in that way. That's all I can imagine.
You know what? Listen, I've become very pessimistic about Europe in the last like 2 years. Um, I don't see how Trump would influence the culture. Again, I'm seeing Trump influence like reactionary parties, but I don't see that long term being helpful to European, like just Europeans in general. I just don't see that sort of
No,
swing
I
going in
think
a positive direction.
the political establishment in major European countries have woken up to the threat of America not being an ally anymore. So I do think there are going to be fundamental changes. And like countries like Germany have already made some sweeping changes. I even like how Macron talks about Europe when he talks about, securing Europe with nuclear weapons. These are things that were like weird to hear a couple of years ago. So I do think it's already having an effect, and Europe is gonna wean off American influence, American weaponry, and yeah, it's gonna happen. And I think Trump is just kickstarting it basically.
I shared my notes. I put a note there that says rediscover Trump because you mentioned that, and I didn't really follow what you. I'm not sure I understood what you
Oh,
meant by that, but were you suggesting that if Europe rediscovers Trump, whatever that means, that will somehow help Europe, or what did you mean?
no, I think maybe you misheard me. I said because of Trump, I hope that Europe might like rediscover their identity because Trump is pushing Europe away. Trump is basically saying we're not allies anymore. And as I said to Simon, the political establishment has heard him. There will be changes. Germany will change major things, France will change major things when it comes to defense, and a lot of areas where we rely on the Americans. And I actually love the transatlantic, NATO, the relationship. I was always very pro-America because of Ayn Rand, of course. But yeah, after this year with Trump, I can only say we have to prepare for you guys being an enemy maybe in the future. Like it's weird to say, but we have to face that reality that we can't rely on America anymore.
Okay, I see. Yeah, so Trump has been doing things like talking about taking over Greenland.
Yeah, like it's the Greenland thing. It's the him talking about like NATO countries not putting in the work. Well, hundreds of NATO soldiers have died in like Iraq and Afghanistan and wars that Europe did not even want to fight. So like it's the combination of it all. The wavering on Ukraine, the keep talking of Putin. Yeah, it's everything together. I just think he pushed us too far. And on the one hand, I always supported it when he said, NATO has to up their percentage. NATO has to spend more. I was like, yeah, good. Get them to spend more. And he actually got what he wanted, but then he just had to take it further and start threatening NATO territory. So I don't know what's wrong with him, but I do think it's good for Europe in the sense of us becoming more independent.
Okay.
And it's bad for the US, actually. I think it's very bad for the US, but you will find out.
All right, you were breaking up a little there at the end.
Oh, I said it's bad for the US that Europe becomes more independent, but the consequences will take some time, but you guys will find out.
It's bad for the US if Europe
Yeah, I
becomes
think yeah, so like on the one hand, it's good for the US if Europe can defend itself because then America doesn't have to do it. So that's the good thing. But the bad thing is because he antagonized us so much, now you just lost an ally. You lost a very influential ally. And what's going to happen now is some European countries are going to do some business with China. And I hate that, but I understand them. Countries like England and maybe France are going to put some money in China and vice versa. And it's like America's going to lose that influence. And it was really not necessary. But yeah, so I think if Europe starts to become their own powerhouse and reasserts itself on the world stage, I don't think America is going to like those effects.
I see. Yeah, Euron Brook has discussed this issue. I don't know if you listened to the Euron Brook show, but
Yeah, sometimes. Yeah.
yeah, he's much more knowledgeable about foreign affairs than I am. But yeah, I've heard him talk about this issue some. All right, so
I
this is
actually,
yeah.
I actually introduced Jeroen to the Netherlands.
Oh, you did when
Yeah,
he
so years
visited, or
ago,
what?
I organized his first speeches here. So yeah, I've taken him around the country, and yeah, he has been coming back a lot. So love to see it.
Nice. I've never been. Actually, I did go to the Netherlands once, but it was only for like 1 hour. I had a layover there. I was taking a train from Germany to France, and I think it stopped in the Netherlands in Amsterdam for
Yeah,
about an hour. So I just walked like one block around Amsterdam, and then I had to catch a train. But I would definitely like to spend more time there, see more what it has to offer. I'm just changing my name back to Dan Norton on Zoom because I forgot to change it after the break. Um,
yeah. So yeah, I don't know if you guys want to discuss something else, or if you want to let someone else call in. I'm fine with that as well.
Okay. I haven't seen anyone else trying to call in, but I am open to that. If anyone else out there does want to call in, you can call in at any time. I'm looking back at the chat to see what's going on there. See some new chats from Frederick. He says Somalia 25 years ago was Taliban controlled. France isn't defended, or maybe he means isn't defending its Jewish citizens. Trump does act on populism. 50 years ago, Turks went to Germany to work in auto factories. It was put as control rule by fanatic mullahs in 79. So those are, I guess he's talking about Iran there. Those are the latest chats from Frederick, which I read a little bit out of order, but thanks for your chats. Oh, he also has one about the hijab is not mentioned in Quran, according to attorney Debo Zorgi. Okay. There's one from Stephen. Can you explain why free speech is an important right, more important than other rights? Simon says, if we didn't have free speech, I wouldn't be able to tell you. Well, I haven't made that claim that it's more important than other rights. Like the right to life is the fundamental rights, but it gives rise to various other rights that are implementations of that right. And um, I guess it's it's a means of reversing intellectual trends. So if you want to change the world, you have to be free to speak, unless you're going to do it by force. So um, I think it's sometimes said to be like a bright line, which until it's violated, we should still fight an intellectual battle. But once the government takes away our free speech, then then that's when it makes sense to resort to force, because you can't resort to ideas, the battle of ideas anymore once you have no free speech. So I think maybe it's important in that respect when you're deciding when to take up arms, if ever. But aside from that specific context, I'm not sure why it might be especially important as opposed to like the right to property or um, right to liberty or any other sort of right. Um, okay, so those are some of the recent chats. I could look at more chats. I don't know if you guys want to hang around, but if you don't, that's fine. If you do, that's okay too. Um, Up to you. But I guess if you don't have anything more you want to say now, I might just engage with some more of these chats because a lot of chats came in while I was on calls, and usually I'm not engaging with the chats during the calls.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I'll head out. And do you do this every week or how often?
Usually every 5 days I will stream. So my next stream would be Wednesday. That's 5 days from now. So that's probably going to be when I do my next stream.
Okay, okay. I'm gonna start off my own content on my own YouTube channel, but I'm always interested in other objectivist content creators. So
Okay.
I'll
Well,
keep
good
my
luck
eye
with
out.
that.
Yes.
Yernaz, was
And
a pleasure. Dan,
Yes. Bye bye.
I'll also let you go,
okay.
but I'll continue listening. Just got to get some work done.
All right. Thanks for calling in.
Yeah, always a pleasure. Thank you.
All right. See you later. All right. Might have been the most calls I ever got during one show. I think I've already had 3 or 4 calls. I probably had at least 3 before, but maybe 4. I'm not sure. um, but anyways, I definitely appreciate the participation and the likes. We got some super chat money today from a ghosty. Thanks, a ghosty, who was also in the Netherlands. He contributed 22 euros. Thank you, a ghosty. I'm hoping to get my first chat from YouTube soon. Um, and I don't know why I haven't gotten it yet, but I think there might just be like a monthly cycle they're on where they only pay at the end of the month or something. Oh, Stephen Katz is back. He says hello. Hi, Stephen. The first super chat I ever got was January 1st. And I read something on Reddit that said you don't huh, you don't get paid until the 7th to the 12th of the following month. So if my first super chat was January 1st, then I wouldn't actually see that money until February 7th to February 12th. And we're not there yet. So February 7th would be tomorrow. So maybe in the next few days, I will be able to select my method of payments. Actually, that's what I need to do first before I get paid. I have to choose how do I want to get paid, like by a check in the mail or electronic funds transfer. But I haven't even been able to make my selection there yet. And I'm not sure why, but I think I can show you what it looks like in my YouTube studio. So here's my YouTube studio, and if I click on the Earn tab, and over here on the right, it says Getting Paid, Setup in Progress. What you need to do. No action needed right now. Your personal information is confirmed. Once the payment threshold is met, we will notify you for additional information. Now, I've already met the payment threshold because the payment threshold is $100. And I met that threshold in the last live stream. So once I get to that point, I should be eligible to uh, start getting payments. But it hasn't allowed me to choose a payment method yet. So maybe it just takes YouTube some time to process the payments I've received through Super Chat. It says we will notify you when to provide a form of payments to complete payment setup. So that's what I'm waiting on. It looks like the ball is in YouTube's court. They're just telling me that they're going to notify me of when to set up my payment method. So I'm just waiting for them to do that. Hopefully that will happen soon. But in the meantime, feel free to keep the super chats rolling in. I definitely appreciate that. It's just a matter of time. I expect I will get the money eventually. Also, let's see. If I go over here to supers and gifts, I don't know what happened to Steven's $50 super chat because I know last time Steven sent in $50 as well as these others here because he did a $75 contribution in order for me to talk about Berk versus Choy, that Supreme Court case, or just talk about federalism. And he did 5 here, 20 here, and 50. But the 50 doesn't show up in this list. I don't know why, because he did submit a super chat of $50 in the last show. So I'm not sure why that's not showing up here in this list. Maybe it'll reappear in the future. I hope so. Does YouTube take a big cut? They take 30%. I don't know if you consider that big, but that's what they take. So I guess I can talk some about that now. The super chat you submitted last time. Um, but then you revised it some in the Facebook DM we had. Um, so one thought on federalism. So Stephen had asked about federalism, and this is the idea that there's a division of power between the states and the federal governments in the way the US works. It's not like there's just one all-powerful government. There's a distribution of power between the states and the federal government. And what does objectivism have to say about that? And that was a question Stephen asked me about. So one thought on that is that the most important thing is individual rights, not not the federal level or the state level, but the individual level. So there's often a debate between people on like should the federal government have control over this or should state government have control of this? Like abortion, for example. Should the states individually decide whether women should be whether abortion should be legal, or should that be decided at the federal level? And recently, a few years ago, there was a Supreme Court case that said this is now going to be a state issue, or at least more so than it was previously. And this is where I think it should be a right of everyone to have an abortion. I mean, you have to pay for it, or you should have to pay for it. Not a right in the sense of someone owes it to you, but if you want one, if you choose to have one, it should be legal for you to get one. And I think that should be universal to everyone as a matter of as it because it's a violation of individuals' rights um, to forcibly stop women from getting abortions. And I don't know if there's any anti-abortionists out there listening, but if there are and you want to debate that, maybe we can debate that. But at least on my view and Ayn Rand's view, it should be legal for a woman to get abortions. And it shouldn't matter what a particular state wants or what the country as a whole wants. So it shouldn't be outlawed at the federal level, and it shouldn't be outlawed at the state level, because to outlaw it at any level is to violate individuals' rights. And I forget which essay it was, but Ayn Rand said that it's something to the effect of um, the conservatives want 50 dictators instead of one. I don't know what the issue was, but I guess uh, there was some issue on which conservatives thought that it was a solution to give more power to the states in the name of states' rights. And she said, well, no, that's not really what needs to happen. What needs to happen is a respect for individual rights. It's not a better system for there to be 50 little tyrants in each state telling individuals how to act, as opposed to one big tyrant in the federal government telling everyone how to act. Um, what's important is that the rights of individual people are recognized, and it's a less important issue as to um, whether there's a federalist system where you have a combination of federal and state governments, or just one overarching government. What's most important is that the rights of individuals are respected. So that's one point I would make about federalism. It's a pretty it strikes me at least as a pretty narrow or niche or non-fundamental issue to be concerned with. And maybe some countries they don't have a federalist system. There's just one government. Um, but I do think there are other countries. There's also there's both a the highest court in the land or the highest government, but then there's also more local governments. And that makes sense, I think. I mean, there can be a case for specialization. It's it might be more efficient to have a bunch of little governments in various counties or states or provinces to help govern things rather than just one huge uh, government in one capital city. But um, in any case, the most important thing is that individual rights are respected and people are not subject to the initiation of force. They're free to act on their own judgment. And I actually asked AI this sort of question that Stephen had asked me in DMs, and some of my thoughts here, many of them actually were reflected in the AI. Maybe I can show you what the AI said. Um, I got a lot of this actually from the AI. I mean, I might have come up with it on my own anyways, um, but I thought the AI put it well. Steven says he checked his credit statement. They definitely deducted $50 from your account. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why it's not showing up in YouTube. I don't know if I can get in touch with someone. Maybe I'll definitely revisit this when they give me my first payment, and I'll see how much it is for. And if it's not included, if that $50 is not included, then I'm going to try to contact YouTube and see what happened to that. Michael is here. He says, "What about the baby's rights?" Okay, so that's getting into the abortion issue. But let me see. I think I might want to stay on the super chat question Stephen asked about before I go to the abortion issue. I'm thinking, what else can I say? So I did read the court case, Berk versus Choy, at least the main opinion of the court. I didn't read the concurring decision of Justice Jackson, but I did read the main opinion, and I also listened to the oral hearings where the before the Supreme Court, this Berk and Choi's lawyers, I heard them make their case before the Supreme Court. I think it was about an hour. So I listened to that. And I read about a bunch of the legal terminology being used, like the federal rules of civil procedure. I learned some about that. But I'm trying to think, like, what else can I say about that case in particular? It sounded like you thought, if I recall one of your chats from last time, Stephen, you said you thought the Supreme Court was um, making a decision on, I don't know if you use the term pragmatic, but you use the word bright line. Like they looked to some rule, one of the civil rules of procedure or federal rules of civil procedure in order to make their decision rather than making their decision on the grounds of justice. So it sounded like you were opposed to the Supreme Court's decision, and you wanted to know if I agreed. I don't really have a strong view, and maybe it's because I just don't understand the case well enough. But insofar as I was able to follow it, it seemed like a reasonable decision to me. But I'm not a lawyer, so I put that caveat out there. And maybe if I thought about this a lot more, I would come to see it differently. Um, oh, you say bright line rule versus the right of the states. Okay. Yeah, so let me just sketch this case out a little more. And by the way, if you want to call in, Stephen, you're welcome to call in. Um, but let me just sketch the case out, Berk versus Choi. So this there was a man, I think he was from out of state, maybe it was from Florida, but he was taking a trip up to Delaware. I'm not sure why, if it was on business or what, but Anyways, he went to Delaware and he was staying in a hotel in Delaware and he fell out of the bed and his ankle was injured, I believe. And then he went to a doctor to get his ankle looked at or his foot, and they put it in I don't know if it was a cast or something to immobilize it. But when they were putting his foot into this fitting or whatever it was, they further hurt his foot or his ankle. And then he sued them for medical malpractice over this. Um, Now, because he wasn't a resident of the state of Delaware, he, I don't know if he had a choice, but he ended up uh, taking them to federal court instead of state court. I don't know if he had an option there, like if he wanted to sue them in Delaware state court. I don't know if he could have done that, but he at least had the option of suing them in federal court since he was from out of state. And that's what he did. Uh, but in order, according to the Delaware state rules, if you want to sue someone for medical malpractice, you have to submit what's called an affidavit of merit along with your lawsuit. And what that is, it's a testimony by some doctor that this is a legitimate complaint. It's not just a frivolous lawsuit. So I guess in order to eliminate frivolous lawsuits, Delaware instituted this rule that says if you're going to sue someone for medical malpractice, you have to accompany your lawsuit with the testimony of some doctor, a sworn statement, an affidavit that says this is a reasonable lawsuit to file. Maybe not necessarily saying he's going to win the case and or he should, but it's at least a case worth the courts listening to. And he did not submit that affidavit along with his lawsuit. I think there was a opportunity for him to file an extension to get his affidavit to the court, but he didn't. He never submitted an affidavit. So when he took his case to court, they threw it out at the district level. So there's three levels of court. There's the Supreme Court at the top, and then below that is the Court of Appeals. Those are the circuit courts, and then below that are the district courts. Those are the three levels of the federal judiciary. And at the first level, they threw his case out, and they said, nope, you didn't have your affidavit as the Delaware rules require. You didn't have your affidavit of merit from a doctor testifying, saying this is a legit case. So we're throwing your case out. But then he appealed that to the Court of Appeals, i.e. the circuit court. And they affirmed the ruling of the lower court. So they agreed with the lower court. And so they agreed that it should be thrown out. But then he appealed again to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court overturned the lower court's rulings, and they said that this rule that Delaware has that you need to accompany your lawsuit with this affidavit of merit conflicts with one of what's called the federal rules of civil procedure. I don't know if I got the order right. Federal FCRP, or maybe it's Federal Civil Rules of Procedure. Anyway, something like that. There are certain rules, and um, the Supreme Court argued that this Delaware requirements of an affidavit conflicted with the federal rules that you're supposed to follow if you're going to file a lawsuit in federal court. And so they reversed the lower court's decision and said, actually, this is a legitimate complaint or a legitimate lawsuit, and he shouldn't have to file this affidavit. That's my understanding. If I'm getting something wrong, Stephen, uh, or anyone else, feel free to correct me, but that's my understanding of what happened. Federal Rules of Civil Procedure. Okay, he puts FRCP in the chat. Yeah. Okay. And so just a few thoughts on this specific case. So I think it was maybe Justice Kagan who was saying during the oral hearings, which was back in October of 2025, that the Delaware law is basically asking, or I don't know if she was saying the Delaware law, but at least it's possible that states could institute rules which in effect require someone to prove their case before they've even taken it to court. So she was saying, I don't know if you heard their oral hearings, but in that she said, well, what if Delaware says you have to have 4 affidavits? It's not good enough to just have an affidavit from one physician. You have to have 4 separate affidavits from um, 4 different physicians saying this is a legit kind of lawsuit. Should a person have to do that? Or is that too onerous of a requirement? And I think she was implying that that was an unreasonable kind of demands to place on someone in order to file a lawsuit, and that therefore it shouldn't be open to the states to have rules of procedure like that. There shouldn't be a rule that makes you, in effect, have to prove your case before it even begins its way through the court system. All you should have to do is file a complaint. And if you're worried about um, frivolous lawsuits, for people not being able to just submit lawsuits frivolously without having legit cases, I think one of the points the plaintiff made, the plaintiff's attorney, uh, the lawyer for Berk, who was the guy whose ankle was hurt, he said, well, there is a safeguard against that in that if you lose the case, then you have to pay the attorney's fees of the other side. So you don't want it. There's an incentive not to bring frivolous case to court, because if you lose those cases, which I guess you're more likely to lose if they are frivolous, well, now you've got to foot the bill for the other side's lawyers. So that is a safeguard against there being frivolous lawsuits, even if you don't have this requirement about affidavits of merit. And that seemed like a good point. I thought that was a good point. Um, so, as I said, the Supreme Court's decision, which was a 9-0 ruling, actually, um, although I guess on different grounds, because Justice Jackson, she wrote a concurring decision. She wasn't part of the main. Uh, she didn't have the same reasoning as the rest of the justices, but it was a unanimous decision, and it seemed reasonable to me. But this is just a non-lawyer's perspective, having looked into it a little bit. So I might change my mind about it if I thought about it some more. But that was my initial reaction. But there's another. I'm going to read this other chat from Stephen that came in here. He says, uh, the problem I have with this case is that just by filing in federal court, he gets to bypass this onerous requirement. That seems unfair to me. Okay. So you think it's too easy for him to be able to file a lawsuit if he doesn't have an affidavit just by filing? But he's still taking on the risk. I guess like, does he still have to pay the other side's fees? Like, let's say he loses the court case. Does he now have to pay the fees of the other side's lawyers? If so, I mean, does that counterbalance the concern about it being too easy for him to file the case? Like it's very easy for him to file, but if he loses, he has to pay the other side. So does that kind of counterbalance the worry that it's unfair? And what about the worry that it's too hard? Like if let's say some state required, like Justice Kagan was saying, um, maybe I should try to play that clip. I don't know how quickly I could find that. What if some state has a rule that you have to get four different physicians to provide affidavits? Are you now bound by that? That it seems like that might be a lot of work to impose on someone, yet I guess you would have to abide by that if you're going by the state's rules. You'd have to look at the medical malpractice law to see if there's fee shifting. Not sure what that means. I'm going to see if I can find a clip from Justice Kagan talking about this and then share that. Oh, I think I found the video. I'm going to look in the transcripts and do a search on four. Okay, here, I think I found it. Let me just listen to this before I share it and make sure I start it at a good spot. Okay. So this is where the lawyer for the respondent or the defendant is talking or going back and forth with the justices. So this is defending the healthcare companies from the lawsuit, defending them from the malpractice suit. That's the side of the lawyer. That's the lawyer who you can hear. And then Justice Kagan is going to ask this hypothetical about what if Delaware required four affidavits, something like that. So let me just share this. I don't know how long the segment is, maybe a minute or two, but I'm just going to play that. Okay. Oh, I forgot to share the sound. Hold on. Sorry. Okay.
If it can be enforced using the federal modes of enforcement without conflict, then you
That's the lawyer for the defense against the malpractice suit.
need to give it effect.
Suppose Delaware required not one affidavit of merit, but four affidavit of merits, each from a different doctor. So you had to find four doctors. And suppose that Delaware, instead of demanding that each of these doctors said that there were reasonable grounds for a mal suit, said that each of these doctors had to say that, in fact, there was a violation of the standard of care. So you had to find four doctors all saying testifying that there was a violation of the standard of care before your lawsuit really began. Fine?
Well,
Got to be fine under your theory.
I'm going to say fine because states almost universally across the country require as a condition of proving a medical negligence case, typically, experts demonstrating breach of the standard of care and causation. That's typically 2 experts, sometimes more than that.
Eventually, at a certain point in the process, but Delaware is saying right now, when you start the suit, you have to have in your back pocket 4 doctors who say there was a violation of the standard of care. Under your theory, Delaware could do that. And New York could do something similar with respect to a different kind of lawsuit. Then California could do something similar with respect to a different kind of law school suit. All of these requirements effectively forcing a person to prove her case before the case really gets started. That's like if there's anything you know is a violation of the whole idea of the federal rules, that's it.
Well, again, I think you have to do the Erie analysis, and that was the same concern.
You don't have to do the Erie analysis because the federal rules are there to tell you that conflicts. If there's anything.
Okay, I just wanted to pause it to make sure the volume was coming through. And it was, so that's good. Yeah, so they're talking about the Erie analysis. That's a reference to another court case from, I think, of the 1930s, which bears on this issue of how the state rules of procedure or substantive rules should interact with the federal rules. And I don't know if I want to play all that segment, but I think I played the main part that I wanted to play. Let me, I'm looking at the chat to see these new chats from Steven that came in. He says, fee shifting from Delaware probably applies in federal courts. You know, Andrew Tutt, the lawyer for the patients, is now 5 for 5 in arguments before the Supreme Court. Okay. Interesting. I did not know that. So that's not Andrew Tutt, who we just heard. We heard the other lawyer, Frederick R. Yarger, that looks like his name. And then he says, to be clear, the state can do all these things. It just can't be enforced in federal court. Oh, so you're saying Delaware could require 4 physicians to testify that there actually has been medical malpractice, but the federal court cannot require that. So, okay. So if he only wants to sue in state court, then maybe he does have to abide by those rules. But if he's going to take his court to federal court, then he doesn't. So I guess if he wanted to sue him in state court, then he's out of luck. But if he wants to sue him in federal court, then I guess he's not out of luck. He can go through with his lawsuit because the Delaware requirements of affidavit of merit conflicts with the federal rule of civil procedure. Okay. All right. Well, I hope that was interesting. And I hope that was good enough for Steven. I don't know that I have more to say on that, but you did ask $75 worth, or you gave me $75 super chat, which I really appreciate. So I wanted to spend some time talking about this, and I hope you feel you got your money's worth. If you didn't, I guess you can ask me for a refund or something of part of it. I can't give a full refund, but I could at least do partial if you wanted it, or if you wanted it to be like partial donation, partial fee for service. That's fine. You say, I like that discussion. Thanks. Okay. I'm glad you like that discussion. Appreciate it. And if I have more thoughts on it later, then I'll say more about it. I was actually motivated to learn a lot about the law recently, um, in connection with this case. So I might want to talk more about it in the future. I'm not sure, but I at least wanted to do one segment on it, which I've now done. So I don't know that I'm always gonna be open to doing refunds, but like if someone puts a lot of money behind the super chat, that was the biggest super chat I ever had, $75. So if I feel like maybe maybe I didn't give $75 worth, then I might be open to doing refunds or at least partial refunds. Um, and I would be open in a case like this, because I do want you to feel like you're getting your money's worth. And if I'm talking about some issue that I'm not an expert in, then I want to be open to being somewhat accommodating uh, in these sorts of cases. Um, but you can also make, like, as I said before, like a combination sort of super chat. Like you can consider part of it is like fee for service, like you're paying for something, but part of it could also just be general donations in support of the show, aside from what I say about this particular question. And I'm not saying you should or shouldn't think about it that way, but it's just one way you can think about it. Um, but anyways, if it's in certain cases, I might be open to considering partial refunds. So if you're ever in that, um, I might offer that in certain cases, and I would offer that in this case, in significant part because it was a lot of money, um, much more than I have gotten before in my super chats. So I wanted to make that offer. All right. So thanks, Stephen, for that. He says $50 for fee for service, 25 for donation. Okay. All right. Thank you. I appreciate that. So part of it is the time that goes into it. Like I spent, I don't know how many hours off stream looking into this. I mean, just listening to this oral hearing by itself, that was an hour. But I listened to I maybe like one and a half times because I wanted to go over some of it multiple times to understand it better. And then I had to do a bunch of research on Wikipedia, and that took many hours. And I also spent some time just reading the court decision. That was more time. But I understand from your perspective, you're not necessarily thinking of it in terms of my time, like how much time I spend on something. You just want an answer, right? It doesn't matter to you whether I spent 10 hours or 30 minutes on some topic. If you just have a question you want answered. So the way you think about it is somewhat different from how I think about it. But anyways, this is all a work in progress, taking super chats, figuring out how to price stuff. So I'm just sharing some of my thoughts about all this. Um, Steven says, thank you, and wow, thanks. You're welcome. You're welcome. It was definitely interesting to look at. I felt like I was doing law school 101, like learning a lot of the basics of the law as I was reading up on this. So it was quite interesting, and I might do more reading up. I've got a bunch of tabs. Maybe I can show you one of my windows. Is this the one? Actually, I might have a couple. Oh, I think this is the one. Yeah, I can show you this window. So I made a list of the Wikipedia articles I was reading, and you can see all these tabs. So here's the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure article, um, Judicial Conference of the United States. That's the body that comes up with the rules. Federal Common Law, federal equity rules, the Rules Enabling Act, civil procedure in the United States, federal rules of evidence. That was Second Industrial Revolution. That was mentioned, and that's a little tangential. The Rules Enabling Act, Hannah versus Plumer. That's a court case from 1965 relevant to the Erie Doctrine, also related to the federal rules of procedure. Civil procedure. So there's a bunch of articles I was reading to learn about all this stuff, and I'm interested to learn more, but we'll see. We'll see where my motivation is. My motivation shifts. All right, Steven just came in with a new super chat or super sticker for $10. Excellent. Thank you, Steven. Want more money, he says. Yes, I always want more money. Definitely appreciate that. I haven't made a goal yet today for super chats. Maybe I should. He says now you know a lot more. Yeah, I do know a lot more. So I will be able to comment better on legal issues in the future. It's the first time I actually read a Supreme Court decision. Actually, maybe the second time. In grad school, I had to read about a Supreme Court decision. I think it was related to the legalization of same-sex marriage. I forget the name of the case, but back in around 2013, I think is when that ruling happens. And I was taking a course on, it was in the area of moral and political philosophy, and we had to read a Supreme Court ruling as part of that course. So I think that was the first time I read a Supreme Court ruling, and this is the second time. But this was actually the first time. Oh, actually, no. I was going to say the first time I heard a oral hearing, like on the Supreme Court, where you hear the lawyers for both sides arguing before the Supreme Court. But I think I heard at least part of one of those before related to Trump's tariffs. Yeah, when Trump was passing his tariffs, there was a Supreme Court hearing on that, and I heard at least part of that. But I don't know if I heard the full thing. But I heard the full thing here this time. So that might have been a first. But maybe there will be more in the future. So in your super chats and can make a difference. So if you want more of this kind of thing and you send in more super chats, then it's more likely I will do more of that kind of thing. All right. So thanks again, Steve, for those chats. Obergefell. Oh, that sounds familiar. Obergefell versus Hodges, 2015, unless it was the Windsor case. But this course, it couldn't have been that because the course I took, it was my first year in the grad school, which was 2013. Yeah, so if this was from 2015, I think it would have had to have been a different case. But that name does sound familiar, but maybe I heard about that later. Um, all right. Where's my chat window? Here we go. Okay, so it's now 4:42 Pacific. When did I start? 1 o'clock. So it's been almost 4 hours. I don't know how long I want to go today. Maybe I'll do it like last time, where I went for over 7 hours. Partly depends on you all, though. But I do have a lot of chats that I haven't seen yet, and I could engage with some of those. But I do want to give priority to people who are here live. So if you want to say something in the chat to let me know you're here, or if you have a question, something you want me to comment on, then I'll give that priority. My chat window just crashed. I was thinking I should have closed all unnecessary windows before I started my show, but it was late. I didn't have time to do that, so maybe I'm paying the price now. Okay, I'm going to scroll back in the chat. I see I get a new subscriber today. I'm at 1,012 right now. The last show was pretty wild when it came to subscribers. It went up a lot, like more than it had ever gone before. I think it went up 12 and then it came down 5. So I ended up at 1,013 at the end of the show, but then a couple people dropped out after that. But I see today it went back up 1, so right now it's at 1,012, but you can only see 1.01K publicly because it doesn't show you the ones digit anymore since I hit 1,000. But I can show you on my YouTube studio here, you can see the exact number. And it shows right now it's at 1,012. So thanks to whoever subscribed. I always welcome new subscribers. Windsor held Part 1 was unconstitutional. Okay. I'm curious what you think about immigration, since you're an immigration attorney. Uh, I don't know if you want to discuss it at all, but like, I don't know if you know Harry Binswanger's view, which we were talking about earlier, where he thinks there shouldn't be any restrictions at all at the border, just like sign that says "Welcome to America," just like there is between states. I'm curious what you think of that view. Um, oh, you say you got pushback when you said on Facebook that immigration was a right. Was a right. I don't know. Government has an obligation to protect us from foreign invaders, doesn't it? It does. Although I wouldn't classify the people coming across the border, at least the vast majority of them, I wouldn't classify them as invaders. To me, that makes it sound like they're like Hamas when it was invading Israel on October 7th. I would call those people invaders. I would not call the people coming across our southern border. I wouldn't put them in the same category as that. Or you say, let me go to my car, then I can call you. Okay. Can you do it without video? Yeah, we can just do audio. Hmm. All right. In the meantime, let me look at some of these other chats. Yeah, I'm yeah, it'd be nice if you could call in. I'm definitely open to that. You say, would you rather me yield to others? No. Well, there are no others right now. There's no one else who's in the waiting room at the moment. No one's trying to call in. I mean, anyone can call in at any time, but right now, there's no one in the queue. And you did contribute a super chat again, so I want to acknowledge that and give you some priority for that reason. Okay, so I scrolled back as far as I can, which is to 212, but I think I can scroll back further if I go to this screen. Maybe. Yeah, this one I can screen all the way back to the beginning of the show. So immigration has been a big theme of today's show. That'll probably end up in the title. Oh yeah, there's this question from Steve about pride and integrity. Way back at the beginning. Maybe I'll get to that later. Okay. I think I sort of addressed this one from Objective Ethics. He says, considering how many enemies America has, is it prudent to allow anyone entry without some type of checks and balances? And I said at a certain point, maybe it would be reasonable to have some kind of background check at the border, given the possibility of violence. There is some drug-related violence at the border. So maybe it would be prudent to have some kind of screening. Oh yeah, Gene called in. That's where he first entered the chat. Florida Nick likes his hat. So does Zach. Some have said the OJ verdict was a response to the King incidents. So there was, I guess the idea there is there was, people saw the Rodney King verdict as racist because the police officers were not convicted. And so that was seen as racist. And so as compensation for that, OJ was ruled, he was acquitted. Maverick Plays says, treat your country like your house. Well, it's not private property. I think that's an important difference. A lot of people seem to speak of it that way. They say, well, you wouldn't just let anyone in your house, would you? And I say, no, I wouldn't. But that doesn't mean I have a right to, that doesn't mean they don't have a right to come into the country because the country is not private property. It's not just all owned by one person or a group of people. So you do have a right to forcibly keep people out of your home, but that's because it's your private property. But a country is not like that. I don't know if you were thinking about that here, Maverick Plays. Because then you say, do what we preach and preach what we do. Why would people overwhelmingly vote for a government which ran on deporting illegals? Maybe they're xenophobic. Or maybe they've bought into false ideas like they have a right to a job. So they're averse to competition from immigrants. Why are you over analyzing a YouTube chat? All right, we got a new person in the chat. ABCAI Abkai. I don't know why you say I'm over analyzing a YouTube chat. I'm replying to YouTube chats. We're discussing immigration. That's you ask, what are we discussing? But I'm open to discussing all kinds of things. I discuss things from the perspective of Ayn Rand's philosophy of objectivism, a philosophy of reason, egoism, and capitalism. So that's my basic framework, and we discuss all kinds of issues here from the perspective of that philosophy. And I debate it too. So um, you don't have to agree with that perspective, but we can debate it if you don't agree with it, or if you just want to learn more about it, we can discuss it. You can ask questions about it. Robert says, I'd like to see us provide as much border protection as people encounter when crossing the border from Belgium to France. Can you imagine? How much border protection is that? None? The problem with using the wartime standard is that nowadays, MAGA and their dear leader calls everything a war. They use the term metaphorically, but claim that we can therefore apply actual wartime practices. I'm concerned about that. Like the tariffs, right? Aren't those justified on the grounds of, is it the tariffs or the anti-immigration policies or both? Like certainly the anti-immigration, they're called an invasion, right? That's summons to mind a warlike context. If it's an invasion, well, that sounds like there's some serious physical threat. And then if they are, maybe we can evoke the Emergency Powers Act. But I'm trying to remember if that was also the justification for tariffs. Like if meant, at least for a while, like if because of this invasion, we're gonna slap tariffs on Mexico until they stop people from coming in. I seem to recall that was the logic, at least at one point, for the tariffs on Mexico. Frederick says the border agents used to just ask, "Are you a U.S. citizen?" at the border stations. I don't think that matters. Like you should be able to enter whether or not you're a citizen. And maybe it could be part of a background check just to learn about the person in general, but um, I guess I don't see that it should be very important that someone is a citizen when you're deciding whether they can enter the country. Okay. Did you have to read a lot in grad schools? Asked Stephen. I'm skipping ahead to the end of the chat now. On my phone, that's where I'm looking. Even the encyclopedia entries for philosophy are a lot to digest. Yeah, I did have to read a lot in grad school. I often use the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy. It's an online resource, a very good one, I think. And yeah, it's a lot to digest. Okay, Gwendolyn, a new person in the chat. Let me take a quick look at your channel. Oh, I have to, it's not showing me what I want to see on my phone. Let me try somewhere else. Okay. Do you view the current administration anti-illegal stance as a moral thing? That's what Gwendolyn asks. And if already, it funnels to the question of whether you view rights as something with moral weight. I do not view it as moral, to answer that part. Okay, it's shared now. No, I don't view the Trump administration's anti-illegal stance as moral because I think the laws are bad. The laws themselves are immoral and they make people illegal who shouldn't be illegal. If you make immigration too difficult, then I think it's understandable that a lot of people are going to break the law. Like imagine you set the speed limit at 5 miles per hour on every street. Well, is it reasonable that people are going to abide by that? I don't think so. So you're going to create a bunch of lawbreakers by having a irrational law. But I don't think that means the lawbreakers are bad. I think it means the law is bad. So in this case, I think the law is bad. The immigration laws are far too restrictive, and that's what's leading to there being so many illegal immigrants. I don't think it's that they're immoral. I think a lot of them, maybe the majority, just want to come here and make a living. But it's so hard to do that. It can take years or thousands of dollars to legally immigrate. And there are quotas that make it impossible for a lot of people to enter. There's only so many people who can enter every year. So I think the main problem is the laws, not the illegal immigrants. Whether I view rights as something with moral weight, I do think rights have moral weights. And I think the rights of immigrants are being violated by forcibly keeping them out unless they go through some very, very difficult, onerous process, which they should not have to go through. Okay, then you say, I more so meant to ask whether you view his policies as immoral in nature. Yeah, I do. And it's not just Trump's. I think the immigration laws have been bad for decades, actually over a century. The there, well, I guess the first group of victims was the Chinese. There was the Chinese Exclusion Act going all the way back to 1882, which prohibited most Chinese people from immigrating. I think there were some white miners who didn't want competition, like the gold rush of 1849. There were some Chinese miners who would work for cheaper than the white miners, and the white miners lobbied the government, the California state legislature, for laws that would make it harder for their Chinese competition. So maybe that was the earliest uh, anti-immigration kind of laws that the U.S. had. Um, well, I don't know if you want to go all the way back to 1789. That was the first year of the country, but only free white people could become citizens, and that was stated in the Immigration Act, or maybe that was 1790. Yeah, I think it was the Immigration or the Naturalization Act of 1790. It said free white persons could become naturalized citizens. But if you're not in that group, right, let's say you're not a white person, then you don't have a chance of becoming a citizen according to what this law says. So that could disincentivize you from immigrating. So you might think that the anti-immigration stance has been with this country from the beginning, but it's at least been more open in the past than it is now. So I think in the 19th century it was more open than it is now. The only major exclusion was against the Chinese that I'm aware of, with the Chinese Exclusion Act. But then in the 1920s, quotas started to be implemented. And I think the goal there was to um, make it harder for people from Southern and Eastern Europe to immigrate, because I think a lot of the Western or Northern Europeans, people of Western or Northern European descents, look down on Southern and Eastern Europeans, like Italians, for example, I think. And so they pegged the quotas to the 1890 census before a lot of those Southern and Eastern Europeans immigrated, and they used that as a index for how many people could immigrate going forward. Only a certain percentage of people, um, like the percentage of people who were Italian in the United States in the year 1890, was used as the guide for going forward, starting in the 1920s, for how many Italians could immigrate henceforth. And since it was a very low percentage in 1890, before there was a large wave of Eastern and Southern European immigrants, then by by putting the quota limit, making it proportional to the 1890 census figures, that uh, limited a lot the number of Southern and Eastern Europeans who could enter going forward. So I think there was some racist reasoning for the kind of quotas that were instituted starting in the 1920s. And then eventually there was the 1965 Immigration Act, which I think did away with the kind of quotas that were imposed in the 1920s, but there were still quotas. I think the limit was like 600,000 something per year altogether. Um, Although I think if your reason for immigrating was something like family reunification, they didn't count that. So you could go over the limits of 600,000 some people um, if you're doing it via something like family reunification. But anyway, I don't think there should be any quotas, any limits. Uh, so, and this is, and so this, but these quotas and limits have been around for decades, long before Trump. So it's not just the Trump administration by any means that has bad immigration policies, in my view. They've been around for many, many decades, spanning Republican and Democrat administrations. And I think one of the reasons that people want to restrict immigration is because of competition. And I think unions often are in this sort of camp. And I think unions are often Democratic. They vote Democratic often. So it's not just a Republican thing. I think there's also people on the who commonly vote Democratic who also oppose open immigration because they don't want competition with their unions. So it's a very old problem. Abkai asks if I can prove objectivism and says he's an idealist or she is an idealist. I don't know. Well, that's asking for a lot. You want me to prove objectivism? There's a lot to objectivism. It's an entire philosophy. And I have here on my backgrounds many of the concepts that make up objectivism. So Ayn Rand stands for reason, egoism, and capitalism. Those are some of the main pillars of the philosophy. And by implication, she's opposed to faith and altruism and socialism or the mixed economy. So any one of those topics could be a many hour long discussion. And then there's a lot more: atheism, free will, objectivity. There are many, many parts of objectivism, and proving all of them is something that would take many, many days uh, of work. So if you're interested in a particular part of it, maybe we could talk about that. But I can't prove the whole philosophy right now. Simon says, go straight for the jugular. Dive into epistemology. So that would be, well, I can't say on epistemology, which is the theory of reason. Ayn Rand upholds reason as opposed to faith. I'll just reiterate that because I said that a minute ago. But there's no non-rational means of knowledge like faith or ESP. And knowledge ultimately is based on the senses, your five senses: sight, hearing, tasting, smelling, touching. And then all knowledge is built up on the basis of sense experience. A ghosty says objectivism can be proved through observation. In the same way, Darwin's theory of evolution is proved through observation. Yeah, ultimately, it's based on observation. But it requires much reasoning. Like animals can also observe things. That's something that humans have in common with the animals. We have sensory contact with the world, but we can go beyond that sensory contact and form concepts. And that's where we start to leave the animals behind. And we can form concepts which figure into thoughts and reasoning. And we can use our rational capacity to prove theories. Blocking people due to cheap labor is stupid, in my opinion, says Gwendolyn. But I do think that letting people in just so they live off food stamps and such has no place in the country. I agree. I don't think there should be food stamps. That is government welfare. People should have to earn their own living. And they can get voluntary help, charity, but they shouldn't be able to rely on the government to force other people to support them. Jane says loyalty to the Pope was a big fear. Oh, that's why some people oppose Italian immigrants, because they were loyal to the Pope. I think also the Irish faced significant opposition, which was also a Catholic country, whereas most of the US was Protestant. Steven says, I don't actually practice all of immigration law. I focus on removal defense in immigration court. Okay. That's right. I remember you saying something about removal defense. So people who are trying to get deported, or people who someone is trying to deport, you defend those people. Maybe that's what you mean. Interesting. I'd be interested to hear more about that. And like, how long have you been focused on that part of the law? And how has it gone for you? Like, have you been able to help keep some people from being deported, or what's it been like? At the same time, I don't know if the law came through in the end, but there's the H-1B program. Oh yeah, that was something I was going to mention earlier, the H-1B, because when I was talking about how it's not just people coming in on welfare, there's also people who So you might think that that's detracting economic value from you. Like you're paying taxes to support these people who are on welfare, but they're also helping you out economically because a lot of people, they come in and they're working cheap jobs and that lowers the price of goods. And also there's uh, CEOs of high-tech companies like Zoom or Google, um, who create these amazing products we benefit from. But then there's also H-1B workers who you might see as somewhere in between them. I don't know, maybe the CEOs are on H-1Bs, but um, that's another type of worker who I think often contributes economic value. Not that I think economic value, as opposed to individual rights, should be the primary consideration, but that's one thing to consider. I see Stephen has called in. Okay. Um, I'll get to Stephen's call in just a minute. All right. I'm just going to turn off my camera for 1 or 2 minutes. I'll be right back after that. And then I'll take Stephen's call. All right, I am back. Let me admit Stephen. Stephen is admitted. I think you can unmute yourself. You see an unmute button? I can also ask you to unmute. Maybe that'll make it easier. Let me try that.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. Welcome to the
Okay, that's
show.
good. Thank you. Glad to be here.
And thank you for the super chats. Again, appreciate that.
Yeah, I tend to write a lot, I guess.
So, what are
So,
we going to talk about? Did you want to continue on the immigration, or was there something else you wanted to chat about? The court case, the Berk versus Choy, or anything else?
uh, thought I'd talk about my niche in immigration. Maybe we could talk about asylum law or something of that nature.
Okay, yeah, that sounds interesting to me. Your niche in immigration. So you're a defense removal attorney, and so is this when people are facing deportation, you help defend them from deportation, or what?
Yes, after the government has taken somebody to immigration court, they file what is called a notice to appear, and then what they call the respondent, the person who's being deported, has to show up in court and give his defense, either deny the claims in the notice to appear or admit them. And then he has to have a defense to deportation or he'll be deported. So it's a pretty scary time for those people, I imagine.
Yeah. And I don't know if you want to say that like the area you work in, like geographically, um, but I would imagine some areas are more busy than others.
Yeah, I
Like,
work in, yeah.
I don't know, maybe Minnesota is a particularly busy place right now, given the recent operation up there. Um, or like California has got a lot of immigrants, and back in June there were some protests, and I guess ICE was going around maybe doing some raids back last summer. So I would guess the caseload is going to be more and less heavy depending on where you are. Have you seen a big
Yes.
uptick in like over the last since the Trump administration, or has it been pretty steady?
Yeah, I think a lot more people are being, uh, receiving NTAs and going to immigration court. That's definitely happening.
And how long have you been in this niche?
Well, just for a little over a year now. So I used to work in bankruptcy and then I left the bankruptcy field because I didn't like it so much anymore. It was not as interesting. And I actually wanted to get into removal defense and I got lucky. Somebody gave me a chance. I work in Southern California. So we have a lot of people who are in immigration court ready to be deported if they don't have a defense. So
I see. Interesting. So you started out in bankruptcy, or I don't know if you started out, but at least previously you were focused on bankruptcy law, and a year ago you switched over to immigration. So that's interesting that you can do that. So I guess you work for some firm and they have different departments, and or maybe I don't know, maybe you switched firms to a new firm that focuses on immigration. Um,
yeah, I was hired by a firm with three attorneys, and we had offices throughout the country, one in Texas, one in Florida, and the main office in California where I worked. But I just switched jobs to a firm that works mostly in California.
okay. So you've been doing this for a year, and over that last year, um, how many cases have you dealt with? Like how many individuals have you who are facing deportation and have gotten these notices to appear in immigration court have you worked with?
Oh, so many. It's hard to tell. Maybe Oh, let's see. I'm on the YouTube page. I somehow need to navigate to the. Oh, yes.
Oh, Steven is muted. I guess maybe he was looking something up on a. Oh, it says it's not allowing you to unmute. Sorry, I think I. Okay, I've now given you the power. You should be able to unmute yourself now.
Okay. So yeah, probably well, there are a lot of continuances in my field, so those that I've actually done what we call a merits hearing for, probably about 50 or so.
Mm-hmm.
And a
And did
lot
you
of
move
other.
to this? Did you switch areas like from bankruptcy law to immigration law because you were concerned that it was getting worse, or you were just very interested or passionate about the immigration issue? I'm curious to hear like what motivated your transition to immigration law.
Well, honestly, the bankruptcy work didn't work out for me for a number of reasons I don't want to go into necessarily, but then I wanted to do immigration law. I thought it would be interesting to help somebody stay in the United States. I was influenced to some extent by Harry Binswanger's words about immigration, that it's a right, etc. And yeah, so I found a niche for myself in immigration law. It's interesting.
Okay. And I've recently learned about Article 1 courts and Article 3 courts just in the last few weeks. And what I've been hearing is that the so Article 3 of the Constitution, for anyone who doesn't know, that's the article that discusses the judicial branch of the United States government as opposed to the legislative branch, which is discussed in Article 1, and the executive branch, which is discussed in Article 2. And the Supreme Court, that's part of the judicial branch, so that's going to be an Article 3 court, the highest court. And then
Yeah.
under that, there's other federal courts. There's the circuit courts, the courts of appeals, and then the federal district courts. But what I recently learned about is that there's also courts in the other branches. Like there's some Article 1 courts and Article 2 courts. And there's been some concern that has been discussed, like on Harry Binswanger's forum. People have talked about how ICE is not responsible to Article 3 courts. They're only responsible to Article 2 courts, like within the executive branch. That is, they're ultimately only responsible to people in their own branch, like I don't know if it's Kristi Noem or ultimately Trump, I guess. But they don't face like independent review. So when they do something like they kill Renee Good or Alex Preddy, they aren't necessarily accountable to some independent courts outside the executive branch. They're only accountable to courts like immigration courts, which some people say they're not like real courts, or immigration judges, so called. They're not real judges. They're just Article 2 judges or something. Um, they're not, and so they're not facing real justice. They're not really being held accountable. So I'm interested in what you have to say about all that. Like, so the kind of courts that you work in, would these be called Article 2 courts, parts of the executive branch, or are they something else, or how does that work?
Yes, they are Article 2 courts. They're administered by the Department of Justice, which has an executive office of immigration review, which includes the immigration courts and what we call the Board of Immigration Appeals, which is the second level of, the appeals court, the second level of agency review for immigration decisions. So they're not real courts. All the judges are hired by the attorney general, basically. And so there may be a conflict of interest there that the attorney general is interested in prosecuting people for crimes and getting them out of this country. And yet the people who are deciding whether they get to stay in this country are hired by that same agency that's trying to get them out of the country. So their ability to be impartial is kind of in question in my mind. And they don't have the rights of Article 3 judges. They're appointed for life, whereas immigration judges are hired by the Department of Justice. So
Okay.
very different type of court, to be sure.
Yeah.
And so there are three levels of review of immigration decisions. There's the immigration court, which is like the trial court. And then if you want to appeal that, you go to the Board of Immigration Appeals. And if you still are not in agreement with the ruling at the Board of Immigration Appeals, you can appeal to the circuit court for your circuit. I live in the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, so.
Okay.
And I guess on rare occasions, the Supreme Court will grant a writ of certiorari to decide an immigration issue. But that only happens when they can decide a narrow legal issue as opposed to the question of whether somebody has proved up his case for asylum or not,
So the Ninth Circuit, that includes California. So
Yeah.
and that's part of the federal judiciary system, which is part of the Article 3 courts. So you're saying that you can ultimately appeal to an Article 3 court. You can appeal your way out of Article 2 courts into the Article 3 courts. Is that what you were saying?
Yes. The third level of appeal takes you to an Article 3 court. There are a lot of provisions in the INA, the Immigration Nationality Act, that limit the review of the Circuit Court of Appeals, however, and require that the Circuit Court give deference to the agency determinations. So that's a whole issue in itself.
So the circuit court might not take a case out of deference to what some Article 2 court says. So it's maybe
Well, no,
difficult.
the Circuit Court has to take the appeal, but their the review of of the agency decision is highly deferential to the executive agency in most cases. So
Okay.
you have to.
So there's a concern that that the whole system is, well, the word coming to my mind is lawless. Like I think a lot of people are saying the protesters, like in Minnesota, they're lawless. Like if they would just respect the law, then they wouldn't get into, like, you wouldn't have these killings. But counter to that, I think some objectivists have argued that ICE is actually itself being lawless, and they're not following rules of due process, and maybe they might also be called lawless, or the whole system might be lawless in the sense that it's not properly being held accountable by Article 3 courts. So um, I guess there's, excuse me, maybe there's a couple directions we could go here. So one is I'm wondering, would it be right to say that that ICE is a lawless kind of agency because it's not subject to proper judicial oversights? I guess I can't say it's entirely divorced from Article 3 courts, because you said you could appeal your way into an Article 3 court, but maybe it's just not as easy to to do that as it should be. Like you said, they give a lot of deference to the Article 2 agencies. So I don't know if I would want to say it's lawless, but there's something maybe inadequate about the way it's set up. Like I guess if you're if you were if you're king and you get to set the system up the way you would like, then how would you do it? Well, I guess if you sorry, I might have to get a cough drop here. If I cough again, I'm going to get one. All right. I need to get a cough drop, but my cough drops are in my car and I'm going to have to go outside. It's going to take me a minute. Do you have a minute to hang on?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry about the interruption. I just don't want to keep coughing. So I'm just going to put the call on mute while I am retrieving my cough drops, and then this should go more smoothly. Okay, I'm just going to turn off my camera for Okay, I'm back. Sorry for that interruption. Just taking a quick look at the analytics here. Oh, 13 likes on the stream. That's good to see. Thank you. All right, Steve, are you... Oh, sorry. Yeah, I gotta give you the power to unmute yourself again. All right, you should be able to do it now. There we go.
Well,
Hi.
I
Okay.
so
So I
yeah, I
was
was
I
gonna,
was in I was gonna ask you if you were king and you could set up the system how you wanted, how should it be different than it is now? But then I was thinking, okay, well, let's assuming we've got these three branches of government, like I want ICE to be held accountable in a good way. So maybe right now they're not, like, even if you can appeal your way to a Article 3 court, maybe it should just be easier to do that. Or I just wonder, like, what you think is, if there is a better way to set it up than it is right now, what changes might you make if you could to make the system better?
that's a good question. There, in addition to being deferential to the agency decisions at the immigration court and BIA levels, there are certain things that cannot be appealed. So, one statute says that you cannot appeal a decision where the immigration judge finds that you haven't applied for asylum within 1 year of entering the United States. We've gotten around that restriction whereby the circuit court cannot entertain an appeal on that issue by saying that it's bound up with constitutional issues, but the statute would have you believe that it's impossible to bring a challenge to the immigration judge's decision. So, you want me to back up and talk about this 1 year bar for asylum?
Yeah, actually, I'm going to take some notes here, and maybe I should share this to make it easier for everybody to follow along. Okay, so I've got my notes up here now. So you said within, what was it? You need to within 1 year you have to do what?
So, anybody who applies for asylum in the United States needs to apply for asylum within 1 year of entering the United States.
Okay.
So, unless they have an exception, and the usual exceptions are uh, exceptional circumstances or changed circumstances. And so the one exception would be if you're in a coma for a year and you don't have the ability to apply for asylum. And the other exception is if maybe uh, you were planning on applying for asylum, but you weren't sure if the conditions in your country were adequately terrifying, and so they get worse over time. There might be an exception for, well, changed circumstances. I wasn't eligible to apply for asylum then, but now I am.
Mm-hmm.
So if some coup happens or something, and suddenly everybody is being detained in that country, I mean, then
Mm-hmm.
maybe changed circumstances will allow you to apply after the year is over. But most of the time, you have to apply within that year, and that's not generally appealable to the Ninth Circuit unless there's some kind of constitutional ground you can assert
Okay.
to nullify. See,
So
anyway, and
so
there
you
are
think
other
that go ahead.
And there are many other provisions in the law that determinations by USCIS, for example, and determine which is the other branch of Department of Homeland Security, the people fighting for deportation are part of ICE, but the other branches provide services, affirmative visas and relief for people who enter the United States. So a lot of USCIS determinations are not generally appealable to the circuit courts, so that is a problem.
Okay. USCIS determinations not generally appealable to the Ninth Circuit. So on the asylum one, would you change that in some way? Like, would you give people more time or completely remove the 1 year limit so that they have indefinite time? Or um, what do you think about that one? How would you change that? If you would.
Certainly, I would allow for review of that decision in the circuit courts. And I don't know, that's a good question because if you wait forever to apply for asylum, there's a question of whether you really are afraid to return to your home country or not. Uh, so I think the exceptions should be loosened a bit. Maybe there should be other exceptions to the 1 year bar, or, like a tolling statute where if someone has an equitable defense to the 1 year bar, they can assert it. Other
Well,
than just
the whole issue of asylums is interesting because that's another way of that's another category of people who come in. There's the immigrants who aren't coming in because they're trying to escape like a war-torn country. Um, but then there are those types who maybe they're worried about war or violence, gang violence, and I think well, I'm curious what you would say about this, but I wonder if some people apply for asylum they rather than coming in as an immigrant because it's just so hard to legally immigrate that they look for some other category under which they could apply and maybe I don't know do a lot of people come in on asylum just because they think it's too hard to immigrate legally or yeah any thoughts on that?
yeah, I think that oh right. I think that there are a lot of people who are unable to find a legal avenue to enter the United States. The only two major avenues are family based or employment based. So if you can't find a job that's sufficiently, needy, you need to prove up the fact that no American employee can be found to fill those positions. Then you're out of luck. So a lot of people have to find other avenues. Yeah, which I think is unfortunate.
Yeah, I think that seems like a serious problem. Like, I don't think you should have to prove that no American can do the job that you want to get. So I don't know if that's I've heard that there are requirements like that, and I'm familiar with some cases um, where I've worked at places where I like the employer has had to put up advertisements in like newspapers, for example, and see who else applies. Um, even if they have someone in mind, someone from another country that they think would be perfect for the job, and they would just hire them right away. They're not allowed to do that. They first have to advertise the position to the publics, and I guess give Americans a chance to apply for the position. And only if they don't find any Americans who could do that job are they legally allowed to then go ahead and hire the immigrants. Um, I think it works something like that. Now, I don't know if that's universal to all jobs, like if you want to be a strawberry picker or if you want to be a CEO of a tech company. I don't know what the range of it is, but yeah, I have heard there is at least some of that, and it's unfortunate, um, both for the immigrants and for employers. I think it's a violation of both of their rights that they should have to do that, and that does make it much harder to immigrate. So, does that apply to any job or just a subset of jobs that you have to that an employer has to establish that there's no American who's willing and able to do that job first?
I'm not an expert in employment-based immigration, so I couldn't really tell you, but I know that for a lot of people, you have to have what we call a perm uh, certification in place, and I think that's pretty onerous work for the employer. So,
Perm certification, what does that mean, or what does that stand for? Is that an acronym, perm, or is that like short for
yeah,
permanent,
I
or?
think that an acronym for Program Electronic Review Management Certifications, the initial stage for most employment-based green card applications. So I guess it's, yeah. And like I say, I'm no expert in that, but I've heard of it.
Okay. Okay, so yeah, I'm glad this topic of asylum came up, because that's another dimension of the whole immigration issue. And I think if you do come in on asylum, I guess you become eligible for certain benefits. And I think, like I heard, you're not allowed to work if you come in on asylum. I don't know if you can confirm that, but if that's the case, that would certainly aggravate some of the concern people have. Like, if people are worried about coming about outsiders coming here on welfare, and these people come in on asylum, and they have no choice but to be on welfare. Like, if they're not legally allowed to work, then um, that adds uh, reason for people to oppose it. But then I think we should just not have that rule, right? Allow people to come here
That's a
and work.
catch 22 for sure. Uh, in asylum law, you have an asylum clock, and once the asylum clock reaches 180 days, you can apply for an employment authorization document, which allows you to work in the United States while your asylum application is pending.
Okay. So
So,
after 180 days, you can apply for a work permit.
yes.
Okay.
So, a lot of my clients are very anxious about getting their work permit. That's the main thing they want
Hmm.
out of a representation. So, they're eager to work. They don't want to be charges in most cases. So, that's a good thing.
Mm-hmm. So do you mostly work, or maybe exclusively work, with people who are here on asylum as opposed to people who are trying to immigrate?
Yeah, almost exclusively, they're people who have entered the United States without a visa. We call it EWI, entry without inspection. And like I say, they've been taken to immigration court. The government's trying to deport them. And so we have to assert a defense, and the main defense we use is asylum. We also have a defense of cancellation of removal for people who've been here for more than 10 years.
Hmm. Okay.
And so,
Cancellation of removal for people here more than 10 years.
yeah, there are two types of cancellation of removal. There's cancellation of removal for lawful permanent residents, mostly people who've committed crimes as permanent residents, where the government's trying to revoke their residency. And there's lawful permanent residence for cancellation of removal for non-lawful permanent residents, which requires residence in the United States for at least 10 years.
Okay.
And cancellation of removal is only a defense in immigration court. You cannot apply for it affirmatively through USCIS.
Okay. I had a thought on the asylum point, but let me take a quick look in the chat, see if there's anything going on in there. It looks like the last one there was from Robert saying, "Bring it on, Steve." Oh, I don't have this set to live chat. Sometimes that filters out. Okay, it looks like that hasn't filtered out any chats.
Oh man.
Okay. So let's see where to go next. So the asylum
So
thing is interesting. Go ahead. You want to say something?
how do you feel about asylum? Are you with Yaron Brook, who would want a system where all you have to do is find work in the United States and you get in, so there's no need for any asylum?
Well, I do think it should be much easier for work for people on asylum to work. Yeah, okay, I just remembered the thing I was trying to think of. So you mentioned Catch 22, and I just wanted to make that a little more explicit. So if people might come here and want to work, but they're not legally allowed to, at least at the beginning, the first 180 days, if they're on asylum. So we kind of force them to be on welfare if they come here at all. Um, but then the people will complain they're on welfare. So I guess maybe that's the catch 22. It's either welfare if they're um, or if they're not on welfare because they are working, then they'll complain, oh, well, they're taking our jobs. So there's a reason for everything, whatever their status is, whether they are working or they're not working, they're doing something that someone will object to. So there's no way to satisfy everyone all the time. Um, so I don't know if that's exactly what you meant by catch 22, but I at least wanted to put that uh, thought on the table that some people I think will object if they're working because they're taking the jobs, and also if they're not working because they're on welfare. So maybe there's just no way to satisfy certain people, and maybe that shows like the real reason some people at least oppose new people in this country is it can't just be that they're taking our jobs, um, or it can't just be that they're on welfare because if you say, all right, we'll let them in and just let them work, they won't be on welfare. Because then if someone then complains that they're taking our jobs, then uh, the argument that they're parasites on welfare kind of is evaporated. So I wonder if there's some other reason, maybe it's just xenophobia or racism that at least explains why some people at least are opposed to immigration. And I don't have all that worked out and clear in my mind, but I just wanted to at least put that much on the table here.
Yeah, probably is a lot of xenophobia going around.
And I don't think that would be new. I think there was xenophobia going back, like I was discussing earlier, how there was opposition to people from Southern and Eastern Europe, and before that, the Chinese. Um, so it's not a new thing. But you were asking about Yaron Brooks' position on asylum, and so I I think people should be able to come in to the country even if they don't work. Now, I don't think they should get welfare, but I don't think you should have to work to be in the country. I think as long as you're not initiating force, you should be able to come in the country. Let's say you're a rich heir of someone in Europe, so you have a lot of money. You don't need to work, and you come here, and you just want to enjoy your life here. So, should that person be excluded because they're not working? I don't think so. Uh, so,
I agree. Uh, can I ask you? I asked you last session if you knew about the asylum cooperative agreements.
oh,
Thing about that,
I vaguely recall that. No, I'm not familiar with that.
because ever since October 31st of last year, DHS has been bringing motions in almost every asylum case to pretermit, what we call pretermit, which means end the uh, court proceeding without a full hearing. So that means basically declare the relief application of the respondent uh, basically voided, basically withdrawn, and sending these clients to other countries to hear their asylum cases. So the government has agreements with various countries: Honduras, Guatemala, Ecuador, Uganda, and some other countries. Uh, and because of that agreement, the asylum applicants have no right to apply for asylum in the United States if they've been in the United States since 2019, basically, unless they can prove that they would be harmed in those countries by a preponderance of the evidence. So
Okay.
I wonder what you would think of something like that, an agreement to share responsibility to hear asylum cases. The idea being that if you're applying for asylum, you're afraid to return to your home country, but you're not allowed to choose the country to which you immigrate. That choice can be made for you by agreements among governments to share responsibility for hearing asylum cases.
So people come here on asylum, and then I guess as their case is being processed to decide whether they should be able to stay here or not. Those that process is cut short in some cases at least, and they are shipped off to other countries that the U.S. has agreements with. Is that correct so far uh,
Uh,
as to what's happening?
yeah, yes, I think that's a pretty good understanding.
Okay. Wait, what was the term you used? You said pretermit or something like that?
Pretermit. So I should
How
have
how do you spell that?
PRETMIT. P R
Okay,
E T R.
I guessed correctly. I don't know if you can see my notes here on the screen,
Yeah.
but I tried to sound that out. Okay, I just wanted to make sure I had that down right. So, okay. Um, so these
So you're
people
sort of,
are, what's that?
sorry. I'll let you talk.
So these people are are shipped off. Well, I don't know why they're I question whether they should be shipped off if they haven't gone through a full hearing that's determined whether they are eligible for asylum in the United States. I guess if the main concern is just to get them to a safe place, you might think, well, then it shouldn't matter whether they end up in the United States as opposed to some other country, as long as the country they end up in is safe. Um, so
Yeah, the other country is called a safe third country. So, uh, you believe that Honduras is considered a safe third country? Used to
is
be
that
the
right?
used to be the murder capital of the world.
Honduras. I heard that I think about El Salvador. I don't remember if I heard that about Honduras, but they're pretty close to each other. Um, and anyway, um, yeah, I guess there's if we assume for the sake of argument that it actually is a safe country, set aside whether it is in fact, then would it be okay? Maybe. But I guess I don't like the idea of uh well, I guess I can't say only letting people in on asylum grounds if they're because you can come in other ways. It's just very difficult. So you've got immigration, but which is different than asylum seeking. But if immigration is so hard that people try to come in through asylum, then I guess um, I'm I'm open to or maybe it's okay that there is asylum, but the requirement should be made easier. Like, why not make asylum very easy? Um, why not just let anyone come? Like, why ship someone to another country, another allegedly safe country, instead of just letting them in the U.S.? I don't see a good reason not to just let people in the U.S. who are seeking asylum. And maybe some of the counter arguments are the same arguments you would encounter if someone is trying to immigrate as opposed to getting asylum. So maybe you have the arguments about welfare and taking our jobs, which I think are both, well, certainly the take our jobs is a bad argument because you don't have a right to a job or to be free from competition. And people going on welfare, well, just don't give them welfare. Um, so let them work. Um,
Yeah.
but I mean, are these laws that the public would get behind that could actually be passed through Congress? Maybe not. So I don't know that there is any good solution that's actually politically practical to implement today. And maybe it just takes a lot of work over years, decades to get people to get the electorate to change their minds so we can have better laws to deal with these many of these problems. Um, there's no overnight solution. Now, maybe there are some things that can be done overnight, and maybe other things that can't. And I don't know off the top of my head if there are any things that could just be done immediately, like actual things that could be passed into law that the politicians would support and the electorate would support.
Oh, yeah, I don't know. You want me to explain more about pretermission of the applications that I was talking about?
Sure.
So, being taken to immigration court is a lot like uh, taken to being prosecuted in criminal court, wouldn't you say? Because the government is trying to remove somebody and they bear the burden of proof, and it's an act of restraint. So it's a lot like criminal law. But the difference between criminal procedures and immigration procedures, that in criminal law, the government bears the burden of proof, right, by beyond a reasonable doubt standard. Whereas when you're applying for asylum, you have to admit all the government's allegations first. So they've satisfied their burden of proof before you apply for asylum. So the burden of proof, once you admit the government's allegations, then switches to the respondent. So the respondent files an application, and so pretermission is theory whereby the application is withdrawn for one reason or another. So when I say pretermit an application, the asylee has to request asylum. They have the burden of proof. And yeah. Another difference between criminal procedures and immigration procedures is that the DHS can actually appeal a decision they disagree with, whereas in criminal court, they're obviously unable to do so because of double jeopardy. So I think those are two things to think about.
I just remembered something else I wanted to ask you about. So I've seen these videos on X and maybe other places where people they have some kind of hearing they're supposed to attend, some immigration hearing, and maybe also this is done with asylum cases, and then ICE is at the hearing, like, or maybe just outside the room where they have the hearing, waiting for the person to come out, and then they seize the person who is going through the process they're supposed to go through in order to be here legally, but ICE just seizes them at that meeting or something like that happens. So maybe you could explain if you know about this sort of thing, like what's going on there, and have you encountered this sort of thing in any of your work? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Oh, yes, exactly. This happens a lot these days. You cannot expedite a person's removal if they're in court, right? If you're in immigration court, that's kind of the opposite of an expedited proceeding. So what the government has to do is bring a motion for the judge to dismiss the case. And once the case gets dismissed, the respondent no longer has an immigration court hearing, so they can be placed in expedited removal proceedings by DHS. So, yeah, that's a pretty nefarious procedure, at least in my opinion, as a removal defense attorney. I'm not happy about that. Luckily, I never had to deal with one of those motions, but I was told to fight like the devil to prevent the government from dismissing the case, you know.
So if someone is they're they're trying to let's say they're in an asylum process. They're trying to get asylum, and then the case is dismissed, and then ICE goes after them at that point? Or are you talking about immigration cases, not asylum cases, where the person's immigration, their attempt to become a legal permanent resident is dismissed, and then ICE goes after them? Or is it both? Is it both immigration and asylum cases where this happens?
Well, all I know about are removal cases, which would include asylum, yes. I don't deal much with as much with the immigration side. have not heard as much about detentions from people who are applying through USCIS.
Okay. Okay. So, well, I wonder if the cases I've seen videos of on X, if those are mostly asylum cases where someone's case has been dismissed and then ICE goes after them, rather than immigration cases that have been dismissed.
I think probably.
Probably. Okay. Okay, well, you said I wrote up here, you're an immigration lawyer. I wonder, would it be more accurate to say you're an asylum lawyer, or is that a distinction that matters? Or, because it
I
sounds like
call
you deal mostly with asylum cases, so that's
yes.
making me wonder here.
So I call myself an asylum lawyer. I also call myself a removal defense lawyer. Uh, I haven't heard anything about an official title, but
Okay.
I call myself, yeah.
Well, I just changed it on my notes here. I changed it from immigration lawyer to asylum/removal defense lawyer. All right. Want to make sure I got this right. Okay. I'm just taking a look at my analytics page here. Like to check in there every once in a while. Oh, there's your super chat. Where's my, oh, 6 concurrent viewers. Okay. Thanks for being here watching if you're one of the 6 concurrent viewers. Okay. So let's see. What else? So were you at work today? Do you work Monday to Friday kind of job?
Yes, that's basically my life. I also come into work on Saturdays most of the time. So, yeah.
I wasn't thinking you were going to be here today because I think you said in one of your messages like you're not available until Saturday or Sunday.
Yeah. I knew your show was coming on, so I wanted to see your show after work. So here I
Okay,
am.
after work. Yeah, I guess I don't know what kind of hours you work, but I started at 1. Um, some people might listen during their work and they wouldn't be able to call in, but sometimes they might be on the chat. But glad you could come by.
Well, thank you.
So I don't know what direction to go next or how long you want to stick around. You're welcome to stick around. There's probably more I could think of to ask you about.
Maybe it's a good time to go back to the chat. Yeah,
Good time to go back to what?
go back to just talking to you by in the chat
Oh, if
instead
you
of
want to do that,
this
that's
call.
fine. It's up to you.
Unless you have more questions for me.
Let me think. Well, I guess I'll ask you a little about the Berk versus Choy. Um, is there anything there you want to talk about,
Oh,
or any disagreements, or anything I got wrong, or just anything related to that topic? If you have any thoughts on that, I'd be interested to hear.
so you read Rule 8 of the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure?
I think I did, but I don't remember what it says.
Yeah, it has 3 requirements for pleading, which is the initial filing in a civil case, and it's silent as to whether there could be additional requirements provided by the state or anybody else. And so it's kind of odd that the Supreme Court made a ruling in Hannah v. Plumer that the rules are silent, but unmistakably, they're, textually reading the statute doesn't say anything about limiting any other requirements, but the Supreme Court found that it's basically obvious that those are the only requirements, even though they don't say so in words. So, what do you think of reading requirements into a statute that's not specifically written down in the statute? Think
Um,
it should be on
I
Congress
don't.
to spell out everything? Yeah.
I just pulled it up. Can you see that on my screen?
Yes.
Okay, so this is rule number 8 of the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure. So for anyone who doesn't know or who is just joining, this was the grounds on which the this court case was decided, or at least one of the grounds. So there was a Delaware law that's apparently the Supreme Court argued was in conflict with this rule number 8. And so the Delaware law requiring an affidavit was thrown out. So general rules. I didn't read this whole thing. I think I just read like a short summary description of the rule somewhere else, but I didn't read through all of this. So
I'm
maybe I'll
not
do that.
saying there's a need to read the whole thing. I'm just talking about the first part A, which has 3 requirements for a complaint, and those are the 3 things that conflicted with the Delaware affidavit of merit statute. So you
Okay, let me
notice
just
they
read that
say,
part. I'll just read
yeah,
the part A here. It says claim for relief, a pleading that states a claim for relief must contain a short and plain statement of the grounds for the court's jurisdiction, unless the court already has jurisdiction and the claim needs no new jurisdictional support. 2, a short and plain statement of the claim showing that the pleader is entitled to relief. And 3, a demand for the relief sought, which may include relief in the alternative or different types of relief. So I'm wondering, I got to take another cough drop here. Hold on. So the Delaware law says if you want to file a medical malpractice suit, you need to accompany your lawsuit with an affidavit of merit from a physician. And is that different here than what this is asking for when it says a short and plain statement of the grounds for the court's jurisdiction unless the court already has jurisdiction? That seems like something different than what the Delaware law is asking for. And then a short and plain statement of the claim showing that the pleader is entitled to relief. That
yeah,
means Berk is the guy who injured his ankle. So is this saying that he needs to include a short and plain statement showing that he is entitled to relief? I guess that's not saying he needs a doctor to give him an affidavit, but
yeah, just saying that he needs to write a statement of his uh, pain and suffering, why he deserves relief in this case. So
Mm-hmm. A demand
So,
for the relief sought.
and
Which
of course, these, anyway,
so okay, so now that I've read this and have at least a vague idea of what it says, could you say again what your issue was with this part A?
my issue is that the Part A says that the claim must contain, it doesn't say anywhere that it cannot contain it, that there is no possibility to add any other requirements to
Oh,
the filing of a complaint. It just says it must contain this. It doesn't say it must contain and may
hmm,
only contain. It just says must contain.
I see. Must
So I'm
contain these
wondering,
things.
so I'm saying, so somebody on Reddit said, well, it's like saying that you have to move forward, but can't the Delaware law say you also have to go right? So you'd be moving it kind of a diagonal. I mean, what's to stop that from happening? And that was an interesting analogy.
So maybe what this rule means is if you have these things, then you could plead your case in federal court, and this is all you need. Um, so it's a sufficient condition and maybe also a necessary condition that you have all three of these.
Yes.
So maybe if he's going to plead his case in Delaware court, they could insist on additional um, elements here. But if you're going to plead in federal court, then I guess these rules are all you need to satisfy.
Yes, that's it. So yeah. So it was a rule that the court decided, that it speaks with unmistakable clarity that these are the only requirements. And I don't see that unmistakable clarity here. So I wonder what you
Hmm.
what you think.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if the best way to interpret this is that um, I guess I'm just thinking off the top of my head here, but it seems like if someone has met these requirements and they take their case to federal court, and then well, if the court then says, well, you need something else, I think you could reasonably inject and say, well, you should have had something else here. You should have had like Rule 8, Part A, number 4, or whatever the next thing you want to include is. But as long as you include these three, then you should be good to go as far as taking your case to federal court, which is what the guy did. On my understanding, he eventually took his case to um, federal court. So um, I guess I don't see the problem with this saying must contain these things and only these things. Like if Delaware wants to include something else, I guess I don't see a problem with that if he's doing his lawsuit in Delaware court. So Delaware could have more requirements, but if he's doing it in federal court, then it seems like then there's a different set of rules, and I'm not sure there's a problem with those set of rules for federal court.
Okay, fair enough.
But maybe there's a case to be made that you should have the same rules different courts. Like I was reading something about how it shouldn't be harder to get um or it shouldn't be harder to win your case depending on the venue that the case is being heard in. And I learned about this term forum shopping, where people try to go to different states in order to maximize the chances that they win their case. And to discourage forum shopping, maybe it would be good to have the same rules in all the courts. Because then you're not, if the rules are the same everywhere, then you're not going to have some advantage in one court rather than another. So I guess maybe there's an advantage to that, but also a disadvantage because um, you might like the flexibility of having different sorts of rules in different states.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
And certainly the rules for the federal court and the state court should be the same, especially when it comes to substantive rules. So, uh,
That's
I
right. There
guess,
was
I guess,
the
yeah,
procedural rules versus substantive rules. That's an issue which I didn't look into much, but um, if I'm going to study this further, I might look into that more. Like maybe it's a problem if the substantive rules are different in different courts, but not a problem, or maybe less of a problem if procedural rules are different. And where exactly do you draw the line between substantive and procedural? There might be some gray area there. I think that was discussed some in the maybe in the oral hearings of this case.
yeah. Andrew Tutt said this is the Delaware law was procedural from toe to tail or something like. That was
Oh,
an
I remember
interesting
that
line.
phrase. Yeah.
Head to tail, yeah. Uh,
Tip to tail, I think that was the.
tip to tail, yeah.
Yeah, I guess if part of your procedure is requiring that you have four affidavits of merit, like Justice Kagan was saying, and if that amounts to basically having to prove your case in advance, then you might think that, well, a procedure like that is well, I don't know. Would that become substantive? Uh,
Oh,
maybe not.
the hard question. Erie, if you were to get into the Erie doctrine, they would ask whether that's substantive first, so and then whether the law that would be used in federal court uh, hampers or impedes or helps the twin aims of Erie, to eliminate forum shopping and to have the same results in both courts. So, yeah. But the court found that they didn't need to enter Erie's murky waters. You remember that?
Yeah, so I remember something about that. They can bypass that because there was some other grounds on which the case could be decided.
Yeah, so yeah, I think this was mostly a case of federal preemption. The federal rules trump any state law because it was created by federal government. I guess that's maybe a basic takeaway of Shady Grove in this line of cases.
I might look into that later. I remember that one being mentioned, Shady Grove.
Yeah, they don't actually use the words federal preemption. Those are my words, but yeah.
Okay, so you were just interested in that issue. It's not really your current focus of immigration or asylum or removal defense, but you were interested in that issue of federalism and how it relates to this case.
Yes, I studied civil procedure in law school. It was my favorite subject. So
That's right. That's right. Okay. All right. Well, thanks for calling in, Steve. I think I'm going to look
thank
at
you.
some more of these chats,
Fair enough.
see what I missed. But yeah, I do appreciate the calls and thanks again for the super chats.
Thank you. Have a good one.
All right, you too. All right, where did I get up to in my? I was going through the chats. Now I can only scroll back to 253. That's the earliest one I can see. Oh, got a new subscriber. It's back up to 1,013. Thank you, whoever that was. All right, so the earliest one I can see here is from Frederick. He says first 5 years legal immigrants cannot get welfare. All right. More people, more demand, prices go up. Simon says, in the European context, I'm also European and have lived in Europe for the last 10 years in various countries like Sweden, Italy, France, and Czech Republic. You've moved around a lot. And he's from Canada. I've seen what immigration has done to Europe, but Europe had a completely irrational immigration policy by allowing these people to become citizens and completely change the actual laws of the country. Yeah, for sure. You can't vote if you're not a citizen in the United States. And I think the issue of immigration is it's not this just because someone supports open immigration, that doesn't mean they think everyone should be able to be a citizen or vote. Those are different issues. Not to mention how European culture doesn't have a very positive view on economic freedoms. So it was just a disaster waiting to happen, says Simon. Okay, I read these before. Oh, I didn't set up the super chat goal. I was gonna do that before. I got distracted. Maybe I should start a new super chat goal here. How about one super chat? That'll be the goal of any level, all the colors. And I don't know if I'm going to go for 3 hours, but I'm going to set it at 3 hours, which is the maximum. Well, maybe I'll set it at 2 hours. And if I'm still here after that, then maybe I'll set another goal. But I'm going to set this for 2 hours, even though I don't know when I'm going to end. I might end before 2 hours. That's to be determined. I don't know how I'm going to celebrate. I'll just put a question mark, but I had to put something there for YouTube. So I want to see if I can get another super chat in the next 2 hours. Start goal. All right. There's now a super chat goal. And where did I leave off here? I read this one. Oh, yeah. The baby's rights. Michael had asked about that because I was talking about abortion. Are you still here, Michael? I'm more inclined to talk about this if you're still here because I like to give priority to people who are here live. Okay, I don't think I read this one yet. Steven says you probably read the Windsor case. There were two parts to DOMA. That's the Defense of Marriage Act. Yeah, I remember that term. So maybe that's the one I read. Windsor? Okay. One, gay marriage not recognized for federal purposes. And two, states need not recognize gay marriage from other states. Okay. I don't remember what it was. I just remember I read some Supreme Court ruling related to same-sex marriage, and maybe it was Windsor. Windsor held part one was unconstitutional. Okay, I read these before. Now's a good time to chime in on the chat because you don't have much competition. Oh, there's a new one from Steven that just came in. How far am I from that? Okay, let me just quickly go through these and then I'll be caught up. Okay. I don't think I read this one from Gwendolyn completely. I read part of it. She says, or he, I don't know if that's he or she. At the same time, I don't know if the law came through in the end, but there is the H-1B program. Which Trump is in support for, which I think is a good thing. For example, what do you think of Alice in Wonderland's? I imagine a very rational person would be bothered by it, says Stephen. I haven't read Alice in Wonderland. I think I might have seen a movie version of it decades ago, but I don't remember it well. So I can't say much about it. Why would a rational person be bothered by it? Is there a lot of craziness in it? Is it a world where causality is absent or magical things happen? Okay. Steven says, I thought Obergefell was only about Doma Part 2, so I was surprised when it declared gay marriage a right everywhere. Be- Because it's about the absence of reason, says Stephen, about Alice in Wonderland. So it portrays an irrational world. Mad Hatter rabbits who talk. Queen who plays croquet with hedgehogs. Cheshire cat who can come and go magically, leaving only his smile. Well, there's a place for fantasy. I mean, I think you can enjoy fictional worlds. Um, but just realize they're fictional. So I guess if you, as long as you keep that distinction in mind, like it's just art or just fiction, I think you could still enjoy it. I mean, you might think it's a good illustration of what a world without reason is like, and appreciate it from that aspect. Hold on, I gotta close the window. I'm getting some noise here. Okay. Oh, Gwendolyn is back. Gwendolyn says, I think everyone should be reading fiction. I believe it's very healthy. But yes, of course, with the boundaries. So this is your first time here, Gwendolyn. I think. I wonder how you came across my stream. I don't read much fiction. I would like to read more. I'm certainly not against it. I just have so many things that are already on my reading list, and mostly it's nonfiction. Well, exclusively it's nonfiction. Unless you count the Bible, as I've said before. Sometimes I read the Bible. So if you call that fiction, then I do read some fiction sometimes. But it's been a while since I've read the Bible. Have you read Ayn Rand before, Gwendolyn? All right, that's the last chat. Oh, I want to give Steve's chat a heart here. And a like. Gwendolyn says, yeah, so my content was filled with Ayn Rand, Stirner, and other things. And your stream just came up, so I decided to tune in. Okay. I haven't read Stirner, but I hear he's often associated with egoism, a sort of egoism which I think Ayn Rand would disagree with based on what I've heard about him. But it's just secondhand. So are you a fan of both Rand and Stirner, or have you read, well, you can let me know if you want. Don't have to. Have you read Hannah Arendt? No. She wrote about 20th century totalitarianism, if I recall correctly. Let's see, what window is, I'm going to do a Google search on her. Is she going to show up in the window that I'm sharing? Yep, she did. American historian and philosopher. One of the most influential political theorists of the 20th century. Right, she wrote about totalitarianism. That's what I remember. But I haven't read her. I think Leonard Peikoff might discuss her at least a little bit. Oh yeah, you just mentioned, and I see you just put in the chat. She probably shares a lot with Peikoff's ominous parallels. I think he cites her in that book. I read it a long time ago though, Ominous Parallels. And I went back to reread it, and I think when I reread it, I didn't get through the whole thing, maybe like the first half. But I seem to recall he discussed her, or at least cited her. All right, I'm caught up in the chat. I've adjusted all of them that I can see at least. I can't go back to the beginning because I can only see back to 2:53 p.m. Pacific. But if anyone wants to raise a new topic, now's a good time. Gwendolyn says, I think both Rand and Sterner bring up good points, but both philosophies feel incomplete to me. So, by applying ideas from both, at least up to some degree, it's not perfect, but it answers some questions. Okay. I'm curious about oh yeah, Stephen had a question about integrity. No, I didn't answer that yet. Because I can't see that. I can't go back that far. But I remember you asked about pride and integrity and reason. So what is the difference? Is that the question? Um, so let me say some on that, and then I'll go to Gwendolyn's chats here. So pride is moral ambitiousness. That's one way Ayn Rand describes it, or trying to make it yourself the best you can be, not resigning yourself to any flaws in your character, or if you have any flaws, taking action to correct them. But integrity has a different focus. As the word suggests, there's a kind of integration involved. Integration between what? Between your mind and your body, or between your thoughts and your actions. And sometimes the way it's put is practicing what you preach. So if you practice what you preach, then you have integrity. At least if you're practicing rational principles. Leonard Peikoff describes integrity in his book OPAR, Objectivism, the Philosophy of Ayn Rand, as loyalty to rational principles. I think that's how he puts it. So it's not loyalty to just anything, dogmatic commandments of religious morality, for instance. That wouldn't be integrity. It would be a kind of integration, but it would be an irrational sort of you would be better off not having integrity in that case if you have irrational principles, because if they're irrational, then they're undercutting your life. To be a rational principle is, in the objectivist view, is to be a principle that accords with your life and helps you to live a happy, prosperous life. So, if you have principles like that, then it does make sense to act on those principles and to have integrity. Then integrity serves your life rather than undercut your life. So that's the emphasis of integrity. You're not just paying lip service to some ideas like being honest or being productive. You actually are honest. You actually are productive. That's the focus of integrity. Whereas pride is making yourself the best person you can. Now it involves all the virtues are integrated. Like it would be a flaw that you need to correct if you don't have integrity. So sometimes I think Aristotle says, or maybe the Greeks more generally, sometimes would describe pride as the crown of the virtues. So you can't you can't have pride, at least not fully, if you don't have the other virtues, including integrity. But it's got a different focus to it. It's making yourself the best you can be in every respect, not just in being integrated, but also in being honest, in being productive, being just, being independent, being rational. These are all ways to be good. And you have to practice all of them to have the virtue of pride, all of them including integrity. And all the virtues, they're aspects of rationality. So you also asked about how do pride and or integrity relate to reason. Rationality is the fundamental virtue. And then the other, actually, I'll show on my screen here. I don't have rationality, but I do have reason. And all the other virtues are ways of being rational. So independence, integrity, honesty, justice, productiveness, and pride, those are the what you might call sub virtues of the master virtue, which is rationality. Those sub virtues are ways of being rational. So one way to be rational is to think for yourself, not just blindly follow what others are doing. That's the virtue of independence. Having a primary orientation to reality, not to other men. That's how Leonard Peikoff puts it in Opar. You're primarily focused on what is true in reality, not what other people say about reality. Integrity is loyalty to rational principles. Honesty is the rejection of unreality. Justice is rationality in the evaluation of men. Productiveness is, how does Leonard put it? Leonard Peikoff. The adjustment of nature to man. Something like that, I think. And then pride is moral ambitiousness. But they're all different ways of being rational. Okay. Okay. I see a bunch of chats here from Gwendolyn. Do you have a pronoun I should use? I don't know if I should use he or she. I don't encounter many Gwendolyns, so I'm not sure about this name. But let me read some of these chats. You say, oh yeah, you said you think both Stirner and Rand bring up good points, but both philosophies feel incomplete to you. But I would say that personally, I agree with Stirner more, to be honest. But yeah, maybe we can discuss it some other time, as I need to go right now. Was a fun time listening. Okay. Well, thanks for coming by. Glad you could participate some. Then you go on to say, but I do highly recommend reading Stirner. He has fundamental disagreements with Rand, especially in the moral aspects. So you might not agree with quite a few things, but yeah, a good read. He takes egoism to a much more radical degree, while Rand attempts to moralize egoism. That's one of the differences. And at the same time, the reason both of them are incomplete, in my opinion, is because I believe that they are treated in a way that tries to solve current social issues that were present in their eras, which is why I think they overlook a few things. And of course, Ayn Rand's philosophy is a lot more political and in a way applies to how things need to be. But as for Stirner, he doesn't try to give solutions. Anyway, you need to go. Have a good day. I am he. It's a nickname from a boss from the game Dark Souls. Okay. He. Florida Nick says, ha, I knew it. Steven says, the Gwendolyn's I know are women. Winnie Cooper was named Gwendolyn. Are you a fan of the Wonder Years? I've never heard of that. Wait, the Wonder Years? Was that a TV show back from the 70s or 80s? I don't remember, but maybe I did hear of that, but I'm not sure. I've heard Gwen, which is a female name, right? There's a Gwen Ivy. Isn't that the name? In Atlas Shrugged. Secretary. But I haven't heard Gwendolyn. And it's spelled differently too. The Gwen in Atlas Shrugged, I think that's Gwen. Hank Reardon's secretary. And this is Gwyn. But apparently Steven knows multiple Gwendolyns. And I've never even met one before. The character he's referring to is a woman. That was my guess. I guess because I associate Gwen with women, I thought, well, maybe Gwendolyn is also a woman. But Gwendolyn said, I am he, so. Well, maybe the character named that actually is a woman, even if the person in my YouTube chat is not. So maybe this might be a unusual case where the screen name someone chose is different from their actual gender. But oh, TV show from 88 to 93. Okay. All right. Well, if Gwendolyn comes back, then we can talk more about this. About Stirner and Rand. But I want to give priority to people who are here live. Good time to raise a topic. You don't have any competition. Steven says, would you call animals selfish or at least not unselfish? I would not call them selfish because I think selfish implies choice. I think it's a moral term. Likewise with selfless, I wouldn't call them that either, because I think that also is a moral term which implies choice, and I don't think animals have choice or free will. I don't think they have free will. So they're not choosing to act in a way that benefits themselves or in a way that undermines themselves. They can act in a self-benefiting or self-destroying way, but not by choice. So I wouldn't call them selfish or unselfish. Do you believe Trump is selfish without a self? Well, I don't think you can be selfish if you don't have a self. But there is an article by Ayn Rand titled Selfishness Without a Self. Is that I think that's the title. I'm just going to do a quick Google search on it to confirm. Yeah, selfishness without a self. The AI overview says in that article, Ayn Rand argues that many individuals labeled selfish, such as criminals, moochers, or dictators, actually lack a self because they do not think, form personal values, or pursue their own rational self-interest. True selfishness, in her objectivist view, requires a rational, independent mind, whereas these individuals possess only an aborted self, focused on manipulating others. That sounds like a pretty good description of Trump. He's driven more by his whims than he is by reason. Yeah, I think he maybe selfish in the conventional sense, of course not in Ayn Rand sense, but the sort of person many people call selfish, yet is lacking a self in the Ayn Rand sense of the term self, where it means one's rational faculty. That's really your true self, how you act with your reason. You're on show on that essay is great, says Nick. I could go to my Facebook page and reply to some comments. Let me also look at my live stream notes, see if there's anything else. Oh, yeah, here's something I wanted to mention. Last live stream, the topic of music came up. Someone had asked in a super chat. Maybe it was Steven. I'm not sure, but someone asked about music and whether there had been any advances since Ayn Rand. I'm going to my list of. Yeah, that was Steven. See, here it is. Did we make any progress in the science of music since Ayn Rand's day? So I talked about music some, and I mentioned um, David Barry as someone he might look into, but I mistakenly called him Barry Wood, who is another objectivist intellectual, or at least he's given talks at OCON's, the objectivist conference, and I think at least a couple times I said Barry Wood when I meant to say David Barry, who came up with this idea called the rule of two, which I found on Amazon afterwards. I'll pull that up. Here it is. How music moves us, the rule of two and beyond. So if you're interested in music theory, you can check out this book. I haven't read this myself. I heard David Barry discuss his ideas on music in a meeting of the mind session on Harry Binswanger's forum, but I haven't read his book. But I just want to make a correction. So sorry I got the name wrong last time. It wasn't Barry Wood, it's David Barry, and this is his book. David Wilson is in the chat. That's a new person. He asks, have I read Who is Ayn Rand? Yes, I have. That's by, yeah, the Brandons. So back in 1961. Well, before the book, there were interviews, the biographical interviews of Ayn Rand by the Brandons in preparation for their writing of this book. So this was a few years after Atlas Shrugged was published. Atlas Shrugged was published in 1957. And a few years after that, I guess they decided it would be good to publish a biography of Ayn Rand. So there were many hours of interviews of Ayn Rand by Nathaniel Brandon, who was her students, as well as Barbara Brandon, and they were married, Barbara and Nathaniel. And Barbara wrote the lead essay, which was also the title of the book, Who is Ayn Rand, which was a riff on a line from Atlas Shrugged, Who is John Galt. So it would make sense to have a book like that shortly after Atlas Shrugged. A lot of people probably want to know more about this author. So there was a long essay, maybe the first half of the book, it was a biographical essay by Barbara Brandon. titled Who is Ayn Rand? And then after that, I think there were 3 more essays by Nathaniel Branden, which talked about various issues, maybe objectivism in psychology and the 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 arts or the aesthetics of Atlas Shrugged. So yeah, I read that a long time ago. I believe it was I was in college as an undergraduate. I checked it out of the library, the university library, and so that was decades ago now. You say it was one of the best overviews of her philosophy and very overlooked. There have been other biographies of Ayn Rand that have come out since then, but I haven't read them, and I've heard they're not very good from people that I've that have read them, whose opinions I respect. Oh, I did read. So Barbara Brandon, she actually came out with a biography of Ayn Rand after Ayn Rand died. That's right. I did read that one in 1986. So I guess there's a big difference between the 1961 version, Who is Ayn Rand, and then the 1986 version, which came out after Ayn Rand died, and after there was a big break between them, and Rand separated. She broke with the Brandons in 1968. So I think there was a adversarial relationship after that. So it's not really surprising that the 2 biographies are quite different in the kind of portrait they portray of Ayn Rand. The first is very positive, right? And, um, pre the break, and Ayn Rand is approved the work and collaborated with them on the first work. So not surprising that would be a more positive portrayal. What's the Facebook page called? Asked Nick. I don't know which Facebook page you're talking about. Healthy people, I mean, not terminally ill people, says Stephen. I'm not sure what that's a reference to. We got about hour and 17 minutes left in the super chat goal. Oh, um, the one I was going to leave comments on, that was just on my own page, my own Facebook page. It wasn't on some other Facebook group. I can pull that up. Okay, this is the Facebook post. My latest one. Do you think most immigrants to the US are going there for welfare? And got a lot of comments. So I was thinking maybe I could go through some of these and do replies live, live replies. I replied to some of them already, but there's a bunch I haven't replied to. I just haven't had time, but maybe I could do some of those now. Nick says, I would leave a super chat, but yesterday I was told it would be 10K plus to fix my truck. So tomorrow I'm probably going to go buy one. Oh, all right. Yeah, no pressure. Only if it's only do a super chat if it's in your self-interest and you can afford it, and only you can decide that. Um, but hope you get a good truck or fix it. I hope the fix works. 10K just to fix your truck. Wow. That's a lot for a fix. Must be serious because you could buy a used car completely new. Like, well, I mean, not a new used car, but like you could buy a good used car for that amount or half that amount even, at least by my standards. So you must really want to keep that truck if you're going to put $10,000 into fixing it. Oh, you say you're probably going to buy one. So you mean you're going to, oh, I see. It would be 10K. So instead of fixing it, you're going to buy one. Gotcha. David says, I found it in the library as well. Who is Ayn Rand? Long out of print. Yeah, I eventually ordered it. So I did get a copy through Amazon many years later. I don't know if you can get it on Kindle or I don't know if you can get it electronically some way. Nick says he's not going to fix it. It needs a new transmission and radiator and a bunch of other stuff. Okay. Why spend money on repairs when you could get a new one and make payments? Yeah, sometimes it makes sense to just get a new one. Third from bottom, too controversial, says Steven. Do you mean the comments on my Facebook posts? Or what are you referring to there, Steven? I'm not sure. Robert Nature had a comment. Got a lot of likes too. Look at that. Oh yeah, I think I wanted to reply to Monica Ortiz. I replied to some, but there was a back and forth, and yeah, I didn't reply to her latest comment. I asked if she saw this person's comment, and she says yes. So she was arguing that she opposes making immigration easier because she doesn't want people to be on welfare that she has to support. She says, I don't know about you, but I'm being taxed to death. Do you think it's morally right for me to kill myself working to support those that refuse to work? Why would I want more people to join them? It makes no sense. That is not freedom, that's slavery. So she's concerned about people on welfare. And I said, "Did you see Ryan's reply?" Because he was pointing out there's not only economic costs to immigrants, there's also economic benefits. Ryan says there are economic benefits to having immigrants. Any loss due to some immigrants getting welfare is more than outweighed by the economic activity that immigrants engage in. And I've talked some earlier on this live stream about that. Like goods become cheaper when you have cheaper labor, like in construction or agricultural work, picking the strawberries. So if you have cheaper labor, which you often get with immigrants, then those goods are cheaper for you to buy. But in addition to that, there's also people like CEOs of tech startups, and you benefit economically from them. Like the founder of Zoom was an immigrant from China, I believe. I'm using Zoom right now. So it's important to factor in those benefits as well as any costs. And so I asked if she had read what Ryan said, and she says, yes, I did. Of course, there are benefits like cheap labor, but they also use a lot of resources. I say get rid of the welfare state, and then you can legalize them and bring more if you wish. But right now, they are not working, and we're paying for it. Well, actually, there's a third issue or another issue, which I also mentioned earlier in the stream, but you might turn this on its head and say uh, U.S. citizens are parasites on the immigrants because they often pay taxes, yet they don't get to benefit from the taxes. Like if you're an illegal immigrant and you're hired by someone and part of your paycheck is taken out for Social Security and Medicare, but because you're an illegal immigrant, you can't benefit from those programs. Well, now you're supporting Americans, right? So I think this is definitely a questionable way to frame it. They're not working and we're paying for it. Well, what about the ones who are working and who are paying for us? Um, okay, but let me just read some more here. She says, no one is disputing immigration as desirable. Well, actually, yeah, some people are disputing immigration as desirable. There's some people in my comment thread who said, like this guy, Harry Byrne, he says definitely. And my original question was, um, do you think most immigrants to the US are going there for welfare? And he says definitely. And I think there were other people who said yes to this question, maybe like around 5 people. No, I guess that's not saying to answer yes to this is not to say they're totally against immigration. But I do remember seeing at least one comment on another of my posts which was saying that they didn't want any immigration. So I think this is not correct. Some people are disputing immigration as desirable, and not just immigration of illegal people, also legal immigrants. Like there, I think a lot of people want there to be fewer H-1B visas and people who immigrate via that route. Like a lot of Indians, I think, come in on those H-1B visas. And there was a discussion some months ago about that, and it was controversial, right? Not everyone wanted there to be H-1B visa holders coming from places like India. I know my people, and there are some really scary ones that were let in. I don't know what she means by my people. Maybe people of her race or of her culture. I guess she was from some other country. I don't know where. It says, I didn't leave my country to live in another third world country like Chicago. All right, is Chicago really a third world country? Or is that hyperbole, exaggeration? In fact, I'm counting the days to get out of here. Okay, so there are various things in this comment that I could reply to, and maybe I will, but let me come back to the chat and see if I got any new chats. Oh, I just got another super chat from Stephen Katz. All right, so I hit my super chat goal. Thank you, Stephen. Let me give this a heart and a like. Thank you, Stephen. So now I hit the goal. Thank you. Excellent. It's good to see the super chats still rolling in. Okay, so what did I write about for my dissertation? I wrote about the mind-body problem. How is the mind and the body related, or how are the mental and the physical related? And I actually have an entire video on my channel discussing this. I will show you where the video is. So if you want to look it up, where's my, here, I guess I'll get to it from this page. If you go to the search box on my channel and you type in, is the mind physical? You will find this video. And that's I give a presentation about, I don't know, 20 to 30 minutes long of some of the key ideas from my dissertation. And then there's a panel discussion afterwards with these guys. This was originally aired on the Ayn Rand Center UK YouTube channel, but I eventually uploaded a copy to my channel as well. But I can say briefly, it's a very common view in philosophy these days that the mind is physical, or they might put it as the mental is reducible to the physical. And I argued against that view, or at least I took one of the main arguments for that view, and I argued that the argument doesn't work. There's an argument called the causal argument, and that purports to establish that the mind or consciousness is physical. And I say that argument does not work. So that's the title of the dissertation was a scientific, no, a critique of the scientific case for physicalism. Physicalism is a term that's often used these days rather than materialism. If you go back decades, like to the 20th century, you'll more often hear the term materialism for the view that the mind is physical. But these days it's more often called physicalism. So that's the term I used in my title. A critique of the scientific case for physicalism. Allegedly, science is on the side of physicalism or materialism, the idea that the mind is physical or material. And if you've read Opar by Leonard Peikoff, you might recall there's a section in chapter 1 titled Idealism and Materialism as a Rejection of Basic Axioms, something like that. And that's the area of Opar that most closely touches on the topic that I was addressing in my dissertation. So you might think that we should be dualists about the mind and the body. The mental is not reducible to the physical, and the physical is also not reducible to the mental. There's just two irreducibly different sorts of things. And sometimes that view gets called dualism. Now, there are different forms of dualism. There's substance dualism, there's property dualism, and I don't think they're all equally plausible. If you're a dualist like Descartes or Plato, and you think that the mind and body are different substances, and the mind can exist apart from the body, and maybe even if the body dies, the soul or the consciousness can continue. I don't agree with that, and I don't think Ayn Rand, I'm certain Ayn Rand didn't agree with that. She thought there was a integration of mind and body. Humans have both aspects, but they're not reducible one to the other. They're different. So I think it's plausible to interpret Ayn Rand as what you might call a property dualist, if we want to put her view in academic terminology. At least I think that's a plausible interpretation of her view. And the focus of the dissertation is not to argue for that view. It's more to argue against the view that the mind is physical. So I challenge what I think is the main argument that philosophers rely on to establish that conclusion that the mind is physical. Oh, third from bottom at the time. My suicide question? Okay, you mean in this chat? There was a time where your chat, you had a question about suicide that was third from the bottom of this chat, or do you mean somewhere else, like on my Facebook page? Because I don't remember seeing a suicide question. I could do a search here on the words. Yeah, it's only turning up what I see right here. You like Robert Nasir's comments? Oh, on my Facebook page? Oh, yes, bottom of chat. Okay. So I guess I missed that. I missed that chat because I don't remember ever seeing any question about suicide. I don't know if I can go any further back here. Yeah, that doesn't turn up anything. This is showing an earlier part of the live stream. Yeah, well, if you want to type your comment or question again, you're welcome to. Now you can't see it either. Okay. With the exception of Social Security, I don't think welfare is all that important. Do you? Get rid of cronyism before welfare for poor people. Oh, David Wilson just put in a super sticker. Thank you, David. I appreciate that. And it also says here it's your first super on a live stream. Maybe that means on any live stream, not just mine, because it doesn't say first on Dan's live stream. It just says on a live stream. So nice. Thank you. I think, right? That you've been here on my channel. Curious how you heard about my channel. Or in if you just heard about it today or if you've known about it for a while. Nice. The supers are rolling in. That's a benefit from continuing to stream is more super stickers or super chats might come in. All right, it's almost been 7 hours since I started streaming. And I don't feel like I need to end yet. So, well, okay. So you say, Steven says, oh, you're a long time You're on Brook Show listener. Usually watch your shows at later times. Appreciate what you do. Okay. All right. Well, I'm glad you could catch me on a live stream. Yeah, I appreciate that. So, if you, like David, appreciate what I do, then I definitely appreciate the likes, subscribes, super chats. Trying to go to my analytics. All right, I got a new subscriber. It's back up to 1,014. Nice. So I picked up 3 subscribers since I started live streaming. If I get 6 more, then we can see it go up to 1.02K on my public channel. "16 likes," says Florida Nick. Oh, I didn't check the likes. Stream settings. Okay. I see. Oh, nice. I got more money than I realized today. I think on my phone, it often shows a different number of likes than it does on my laptop. So I'm going to my phone now. Yeah, I see 16. On my phone, it says 16. On my laptop, it says 15. Robert says it's a real challenge to catch all or even most of the objectivist content that's available live. Of course, way back when, we waited for months for the latest cassette tapes of a talk to become available. Yes, times have changed. It's a real challenge, I think, even to catch all or even most of my content because I do so much. Like if I'm doing a 7-hour stream, then it's going to be challenging to catch all of that. I think the average viewer watches like I don't know, 20 minutes or something. I mean, it varies from stream to stream, but um, oh yeah, right. For today, it says the average view duration is 20 minutes and 12 seconds. See that? But if you multiply that by 141, how many hours am I going to get? I'm getting close to, I think today I might surpass the 4,000 hours of watch time that I need to get fully monetized. Let's see, 20, I'll just say 0.25 to round it up, times 141 gives me 2,800 plus hours or minutes. So divide that by 60. Oh yeah, that's almost 50 hours of watch time just from today. So over here, you can see that it says I have 3,949 hours of public watch hours on my channel, but I need 4,000. So I only need 51 more hours of watch time in order to become fully monetized. So right now I'm partially monetized, which means I can take super chats, I can take super stickers, I can do channel memberships. But if I want to be fully monetized, that means I can have ads run on my videos. But to get that, I have to get to a higher threshold than I'm at right now. I have to hit 4,000 hours of watch time, and I'm almost there. And after today's show, I think I will be there. So thank you for helping me become fully monetized. It's going to take 5 days for those numbers to reflect here. See, it says this data right here is as of February 1st. That was 5 days ago. So 5 days from now, February 11th, this number I expect will be over 4,000. And then I guess you'll start to see ads run on my videos, at least once YouTube turns that on. I don't know if I have to turn that on or if that automatically happens, but soon when you watch my videos, you might see ads during them. I'd be interested to hear actually if anyone does start to see ads. Now, as I mentioned, I haven't even started to be paid yet by YouTube. I'm waiting on them. It says setup in progress for getting paid. No action needed right now on my part. I just need to wait for them. They say we will notify you for additional information. So I don't know when I'm going to hear from them, but maybe it's any day now. I get to choose what my payment method will be, like whether I get a check in the mail or just if I want electronic fund transfers. But hopefully soon I will be able to make my selection and then I'll start getting paid. And then maybe around the same time, they will start to run ads on my videos. So if you start to see ads, I'd be very interested to hear that. Now, if you have YouTube Premium, you won't see ads. Like if you pay 14 bucks a month, I think that's what it is, then you can become what's called a YouTube Premium subscriber, and then you won't see any ads on any YouTube videos. But if you're not a YouTube Premium member, then I think you will see ads. Okay. Nick says, I feel the same way and didn't start until 2010. Yeah, it used to be easier to keep up with all the objectivist content out there. Oh, yeah, I was starting to talk about this chat here from Stephen. With the exception of Social Security, I don't think welfare is all that important. Now that implies welfare is part of Social Security is part of welfare, right? But maybe in a sense it is, but in a sense it's not. I mean, it's not welfare in the sense of you're just getting a check from the government um, because you have a very low income, like SNAP benefits, that kind of thing. Social Security is where you're getting money that you allegedly paid into a system. It's part of a system you paid into, whereas welfare, at least as it's often used, is not that. It's just you get money even if you haven't paid into the system. So you might want to draw a distinction there. But I'm against both. Both should be gotten rid of because both involve coercion. But as to the order in which we eliminate these programs, I haven't given that much thought. You say get rid of cronyism before welfare for poor people. Um, that might be a good idea. I just don't know. I haven't thought about it much. Um, maybe get rid of a lot of regulations, like the Jones Act. That's one Yaron Brook has talked about, or which I think requires ships to go through certain routes that are not direct. Like you can't just go from, I don't know what it is. Like you have to be in cargo has to be in a U.S. ship if it wants to go to a U.S. port or I don't know what exactly it is, but it's a pretty senseless regulation, which I think wastes money. Um, and I think that's something which probably could just be gotten rid of immediately. There's no reason not to, which would do a lot of good. Or subsidies, that might be another one that could and should be done away with immediately, especially when it's subsidies for not producing. I think that happens with agricultural subsidies sometimes, like farmers are paid not to produce. I've heard of this happening. I don't know if that still happens. I better get another cough drop here. That's weird. I guess the chat cuts out some content before it gets to you. I've heard that sometimes people put in chats that don't appear. YouTube does sometimes filter out chats. I think there's certain words that get flagged by the YouTube system and they don't end up appearing. So maybe that happened with the suicide chat, the one that mentions suicide, because I never saw that one. Oh, Steven says up here, I didn't read this one yet. The controversial part, do you know healthy people who are better off dead? Mm, healthy people who are better off dead. If they were better off dead, I don't know. I can't think of a case. What would be an example of someone who's healthy but would be better off dead? Like if you're, I mean, if you're terminally ill, you might say that person is better off dead. And tragically, sometimes that happens. It can be rational to end your life if you're enduring some painful illness. But if you're talking about a healthy person, you say, do I know healthy people who are better off dead? No. Um, maybe you mean psychologically they're not healthy, like physically they're healthy, but maybe someone suffers from depression or something and there's no way to cure it. Maybe maybe it could be rational to say that that person is better off dead. They have some kind of debilitating psychological condition, even though physically they're healthy. Um, David says, did you know it is possible for the Amish in certain historical peace churches to get exemptions from paying Social Security taxes? I might have heard something about that, but I'm not sure. So that's interesting. Yeah, that I would object to that. People shouldn't get special privileges like that. But the direction that you should go is not to say, well, then everyone should be taxed. It should be no one should be taxed. That's a better way of getting equality. Not to say, well, they should be taxed like everyone else. Rather, it's everyone else should not be taxed like them. That's the way it ought to go. too bad we cannot get philosophical exemption from paying various taxes we disagree with. Shows an irrational bias in favor of mystical religions. Mm-hmm. I wonder if anyone's tried to take their. Has anyone tried to do a test case and appeal it to the Supreme Court and say, hey, if the Amish can do this, why can't I? I also want to object. I know some people have been jailed for taxes, for refusing to pay taxes. Like Peter Schiff's father, I heard that he went to jail, and I think he never got out, if I recall correctly. Actually, I want to Google that now. Erwin Schiff dies in prison. An American libertarian and tax resistance advocate. Argued that the way in which income tax in the U.S. is enforced on individuals is illegal and unconstitutional. Judges in several civil and criminal cases ruled in favor of the government and against Schiff. As a result of these judicial rulings, Schiff was in a hospital prison serving a sentence of 162 months at the time of his death. He was the father of businessman and former U.S. Senate candidate Peter Schiff. So he argued that tax is illegal and unconstitutional. I wonder if anyone has tried to argue that, like on the grounds that whatever grounds that the Amish use to get out of taxes, if they try to use those kinds of grounds, I wonder if what kind of effect that might have. All right, well, it's 8:18 Pacific. I'm thinking it might be a good time to wrap up the stream. It's getting late. I'll give you a minute in case there's any last thing you want to say in the chat. Stevens just came in with the chat. He says there was an argument that the 16th Amendment was not ratified properly by the states. Okay. So that was the amendment that gave the government power to levy income taxes. All right, so for my next stream, I will plan to do it, I guess, as usual, 5 days from now. So that would be Wednesday of next week, February 11th, unless something comes up. Sometimes that happens, but Usually I'm able to do it. So maybe I'll see you again then. Thanks everyone for coming by today. I appreciate your presence in your presence with a T in the form of super chats and super stickers. Thanks for everyone who called in, all the chat participants, the new subscribers, all the people who liked the stream. Thanks for all of that. Why did I pick 5 days? Asked Stephen. It just feels like a pretty good interval for me. Like I have a lot of other things I want to also do, like learn about history. And if I'm streaming every day, then I have less time for learning other things. And I like to have a certain balance between learning new things and then streaming. And sometimes I blend the two. Like I will talk about what I've been learning on stream. So it does has some cash value often immediately in terms of giving me content for my stream. But sometimes I don't end up talking about what I do off stream at all because I have enough other topics to discuss, given what's come up in the chat or calls that people make. But I do like to have a lot of time to just develop my own knowledge base. And I used to do it more often. Like I would stream twice a week, like every 3 or 4 days. But when I was doing that, the streams were usually shorter. When I first started out, my streams were like 2 hours typically. I think for the first few months, I would usually stream for about 2 hours each stream, Wednesdays and Saturdays. That's what I did every week from about 1 to 3 p.m. But if I'm going to do much longer streams, then that's going to like it's much easier to stream every day or twice a week if the streams are shorter. But if I'm going to be doing streams of this length, like 7+ hours, then it's harder to do that every day and also be able to continue learning about new things, developing my own knowledge base. So since I started doing much longer streams, like 5+ hour streams, I've done it a bit less often. So instead of every 3 or 4 days, I'm doing it every 5 days. And that's just felt like a pretty good interval for me. Like if I did it less often, I might be itching to stream more often. Because I do like streaming. It's one of my favorite things. And I want to earn super chats now that I can do that, now that I'm monetized. That gives me an incentive to do more streaming. So the more value I get from streaming, maybe the more often I'll do it. But for right now, once every 5 days feels like a pretty good amount for me, given everything else I want to do and given how long my streams are. So that's where it is right now. That might change in the future. I'm just navigating to the screen I need to go to close out the live stream. Here we go. Okay. So I'm going to end the stream. It's good to have you all with me here today. I hope you have a good rest of your weekend, and I'll see you in the future. All right. Bye, everyone.